Acceptance of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Second by Mr. Harris. All those in favor?
Hit that gavel there.
Do we have any?
Can you guys just keep it down a little bit? Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any? I don't have much of a voice tonight. I'm going to make an attempt, otherwise I'll pass it off to Tony. We've got a lot of things happening tonight. We've got a very busy night. One thing I would like everybody to be is that if anybody has anything to say, I'd like people to be respectful. I don't mind people saying things, but I would ask you to please be respectful, and we will do the same. So do we have any walk-ins this evening?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Just come up and give your name and address, if you would, please.
I'm Jennifer Kuhn.
Okay.
And the address is 20 Cary Litchfield Lane.
Okay.
And I just have a brief letter, and then I just have some documents, and I'm hoping just to make it short, and we can follow up afterwards, so not to take up too much time. So basically, I'm here regarding the buildings that are under construction at 9397 First Parish Road. I would like to ask the board to look into the construction that is happening at this address. Currently, the buildings that are being constructed are not what was approved by the zoning board, planning board, and the design review committee. The building permits are incomplete with several discrepancies. The zoning board approved a 2-story building, and the current construction is 3 stories. There are questions regarding the square footage, which is not accurately calculated. I've contacted the building department and requested I be present when the height be measured, and that was done today, and nobody's contacted me, and I was not present. So I also have a question on the height. I would ask the board to place an emergency stop on all construction until the building permit and all the construction plans, the documents, all the subcontractors' insurance and certificates are on file and accurate to what has been approved by the town. I would like to ask for a meeting with the zoning board, the planning board, and the design review committee to discuss the current situation. I feel that the neighbors and the town are being taken advantage of by the developer, and I'm asking for your help. So I'll briefly just go through, and I can leave you with the folder. Here's the minutes. So this was the Zoning Board of Appeals, the last meeting after several postponements. And the minutes actually have the party saying the width, the proposed height, actually saying that it is a 2-bedroom unit, and the units would be 1,100 square feet. So it's a little bit vague. I have 2 pictures here, and I have a copy of the plans. The planning department just made me a copy, but I've taken pictures. And so this is a picture of the plan showing the 3rd story with the dormers on them. And in the picture, the dormers are below the roof line, and what's constructed right now is at the roof line. I have a copy also of the plan that was with the zoning approval, that was at the building department. It's all one department. It actually says that what was proposed is 2 floors, and that's what was signed off and everything. And I also have copies of the building permits. So I've gone through and highlighted everything that I have questions on. One of them even has the address of 95. One actually has the address on the permit as 96 First Parish Road. There is no 96 First Parish Road. Both of them have Unit 1 on them. There's a front building, a back building. And then also number of floors proposed, right on the building permit, it says 3. So that was something else we could look at. And then also on the home energy rating certificate, the number of bedrooms here, this certificate was only with one of the building, so there's actually 2 building permits because there's 2 buildings. One's 3 units and the other one is 2. So this one, can't really tell what it's for, building 1, unit 3, and the number of bedrooms is 3. What was approved was 2 bedrooms. So that actually, I have a copy of your decision.
Could I just ask a quick question?
Yes.
This obviously is not on the agenda, so I don't want to go too deeply into it, but have you already tried to go get with
Yes.
zoning and all that? I mean, those are the boards that you really would
Yes.
be better off with.
I feel that the person in charge of the building department, the building inspector, is not capable of handling the responsibilities. He is not knowledgeable of what is happening or what is going on. And I'm feeling that the zoning board, the planning board, the building department, design review committee, nobody's talking to anybody, and everybody's just passing it on to the next. And a lot of the neighbors, myself and others, have been very involved in this, and we're just getting pushed aside, and, they're putting the shingles on the roof. So, if I had my way, I would take the third floor off and put it to what was approved by the plans by the zoning board. And so I'm just asking the town, never got a demolition permit, we're supposed to be notified with that. I haven't seen that in the folders. And this is about a deck requirement that anything with a roof is considered part of the footprint. Questions on the footprint. And I have questions on the insurance today. The building inspector sent me information that the developer's workman's comp insurance covers all of the subcontractors, which is not correct. So I would like to see that all of the insurance certificates, be kept on file and up to date. One of them for the front building might say that he has 3 employees. The insurance certificate for the back building says he has 4 employees. So everything's very vague. So I can leave you with this.
Please.
And hopefully follow up with the meeting and start construction right away.
Well, we'll try and get you in touch with the right people. Right. And get all those people together. They all do talk to each other all the time.
Okay.
And if you can leave all that stuff with Lorraine, we'll
Right.
take a look at it.
Okay.
I have one question.
Yes.
Mr. Vogel sent you, I think, 4 emails today.
Yes.
In detail about most of the things you brought up. Are we to assume that you disagree with everything that he sent you?
Yes.
And the design review committee, 2 design review meetings, and the review by the ZBA, and the explanation and the height pictures that he showed you in the emails today, you disagree with all that?
I didn't get all of that. I get a picture of his
The height
foot standing on a
requirement.
tape measure is what I
There
got
was
a
a
picture.
picture of somebody in the roof measuring from the rooftop down.
How do I know who's on the other end of that? How do I know that it is? I asked to be present. I want to be there.
So my question is, you disagree
Yes.
with what he sent you today? Okay,
Yes.
we'll follow up.
Yeah, if you could just leave that for us, that'd be great.
Yeah. So the last thing also, they're not supposed to have construction on Sundays and legal holidays, and it started New Year's and also Martin Luther King Day and President's Day. So if it happens again, I'm calling the police again. So who gets these? Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more walk-in, I believe? Again, just your name and address, if I could,
Sure.
please.
Juliana Dunn. I live in 11 Hearthside Court in Scituate. And I'm just calling, just stopping by to invite you to get a cup of coffee on Saturday. This is going to be easy.
Sorry, I just have to chuckle.
I'm Chair of the Scituate Cultural Council.
Oh, nice.
We are having an open house Saturday at the WPA building from 9 to 10:30. There's about $4,000 a year that the Cultural Council gives out that goes from everything from Jenkins Elementary School, got $500, to the Scituate Senior Center. We are very concerned, as you might imagine, that the National Endowment for the Arts is slated to have 0 funding next year. 0. It costs Americans 86 cents a year to support the National Endowment for the Arts. We're asking folks if they want to come, all of you guys, folks from the Cultural District, stop by, get a cup of coffee, write a postcard to your reps who are supportive of the National Endowment, but all that money flows Mass Cultural Council and down to Little Scituate. So we are concerned, and we're hoping people will swing by and contact their reps. So 9 to 10:30 this Saturday, the WPA will have coffee and sweets, and that's it. I have no bad news.
Thank you, Juliana, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Do we have any more walk-ins tonight? I don't think we do. Move on to the report of the town administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start with other items first. One, I'm going to give a plug to, I think, one of the gems that happens in our town every year that I really didn't know a lot about until 2 years ago when we bumped them for town meeting in the high school gym, and that is the Science Spectacular. If folks in town have never been to it, it is so much fun and so fascinating. This is my little plug. It's April 6th from 4 to 7 at Scituate High School gym and cafeteria and everything. And I learn stuff every year, and it's just amazing. So please plan to go. Really, really fun time. And I am going to broach the subject, but not expound on it, because I'm sure the board does. But since we have a really long meeting, I think it would appropriate to do it now and to really congratulate the Scituate boys hockey team and their amazing season. And I'll open it up to board members to.
Trish, you're crossing the line, right?
I know.
Sports report.
I know, but it's going to come so late tonight. I wanted to make sure people were still awake.
It's true.
So.
Well, Maura could do it, or John could do it, or I could do it, because we were all there, and as was at least half the town, and probably most of the people in the audience. Unfortunately, our boys lost in the final minute of the state finals. It was an unbelievable game. Like I said, there were thousands of people there from the town, and they fought hard, came back 3 times, and tied the score, and just a bad break at the end cost them the trophy. But great heart, great coaching, great playing, and really great, great showing of the town. Everyone I talked to said what a great town we live in the camaraderie and all the people joining together to support the different causes. So it was great, and I see superintendent, I saw him walk in somewhere, Mike Hayes, a lot of school people there as well. So
We're losing 7 players, but our underclassmen are terrific as well. So.
sure are.
It looked like there was an invasion of Scituate in Boston, doing all the blue and white walking around Causeway Street. It was really nice.
It was a great game.
It was.
Tough loss.
I wanted to give you your biweekly public facilities update. The library is chugging along. We expect a substantial completion date sometime between the 1st and 2nd week of April. The carpeting and the ceiling tile are expected to be done in the next few days. The shelving arrives next week. So the millwork is being done, so the building, instead of sort of being a really open space for those who may have seen it, is really starting to be transformed into sections and different functional rooms. So a very impressive building, a building I think the town can be proud of, and we'll have that online, by May 1st, hopefully. But the library will have to close for a month and then transition from the Harbor Community Building into the new facility, and you have an agenda item on your docket later this evening to deal with some change orders to finish that project up. Yesterday, our new public safety complex was fully operational. First roll call, which some of you may have seen on our website. All Scituate Police Department business is operating out of there. This building next door is empty and closed, so folks who need motor vehicle reports, firearm ID applications, whatever, that is all being done at the new facility right now. The Fire Station 3 has a pumper there, which was here, and also the day shift ambulance is there as well. So we have an ambulance up there with our day shift paramedics. Before at Station 3, we just had 2 firefighters and an engine next door. We have 5 firefighters at the new public safety complex and 2 pieces of apparatus. So really happy to finally be providing improved emergency response to the West End and the Minot area. As you also know, on the 15th, we went live with our new 911 communications. Lots of people had a lot of work in making that come to fruition, and it's working well. There is one thing, as you know, in terms of information being out there on social media about what the status is of our combined communications center. and how it's operating, and how the civilian police department work with the civilian fire department dispatchers, and how we're all combined into one cohesive unit right now. And since there's been some stuff posted out there on social media, I asked the town's Labor Council to reduce to writing exactly what the status is of that with the fire union, so that management's position could be out there, and you have a copy of that letter from Attorney Clifford in terms of what's actually happening between the dispatch center. So I'll leave that at that, and happy to answer any questions that you may have on that.
Yeah, I mean, I can comment on it. We were told that there was a posting on Facebook, which I think we probably all looked at some point in time, which was a little bit concerning when negotiations of a contract get put in social media. We're not at the negotiations. Tricia's not even at the negotiations. And as Tricia said, we asked town council to give us their opinion on what's going on with these negotiations. It's not something that we're going to discuss in social media. It's not something that we're going to discuss outside of the negotiation status, but there is another side to the story. And we're all aware of what's going on. Tricia keeps us updated on the status of every contract that is negotiated. At our direction, she negotiates and tries to have parity amongst the different unions, and obviously keeping the major budget and concern and the fiscal responsibility of the town. Like all negotiations, we're going to try and get this one settled as quickly as possible, as fairly as possible. So it was good to see what John had written, and it gives, another perspective of what's going on there. But clearly, it needs to be resolved.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I want to thank John for taking the time to write that letter and represent our side. We care very deeply about our firefighters and all our unions, and we try to create parity amongst all our union members throughout the town, and that's really what's important to us. So getting the facts out there is really important to me as well as a board member. And please know that we respect every union that works in this town and every public safety official, and it's a great new public safety complex. And I can't wait till the public can get in there in a couple of weeks, probably.
Yes, I meant to say that, that we're definitely going to have multiple tours of the facility as soon as they have a settling in period.
So this is a great step for Scituate, and we want to take it forward in a positive manner. So I thank John for putting that out there. John Clifford, our Labor Council.
Yeah, all set. Yeah. You all set then?
Yep, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have a public hearing, discussion, and a vote of the Scituate Beach Association for application for a seasonal club on-premises all alcohol license. So we have Pete Minnick representing.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to recuse myself. I am past president of the SBA. And
2011, correct?
2011, former member. So I'm going to leave it in the esteemed hands of this board and let you guys go from there. Thank you.
Very good. Another gentleman up here. We
Moral support.
Adam Conrad, clerk. Brendan McNiff, treasurer.
Pete Minnick, vice president.
Todd Glowacz, board member.
very good.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey.
Thank you for taking the time. I'm hopeful that the police have moved down the street because I had to park in their parking spots. Busy night.
Yeah.
Would you like me to
Yes,
start?
give us, just for people who don't know, obviously, I mean, I have not recused myself. I am a past member of the SBA. I've never held any sort of an office in there, and I don't feel like there's any kind of a conflict with myself. But why don't you give everybody an overview of the club and what you guys have been doing?
Sure.
Please.
And just by way of explanation, Chris George is the president of the Beach Association this year. He is on the permit as the alcohol manager. He is out of town at a conference in Chicago, so I am standing in his shoes, as considerable as they are. So some background on the Beach Association for those who don't know. Beach Association's been around since about 1921 when it was first formally incorporated. For those of you who don't know, it's the big red barn building at the corner of Scituate and Otis Ave that is open through the summer in the warm weather months. It's not a heated or winterized building. So it was originally a significant part of the kind of the cottage owners' social scene in the summer, starting back in the 20s, so people got together. The land was donated, originally some of the land that went to the yacht club as well, that all kind of came from the same parcels of land, and that was the social scene back then. And it was a very lively, if anybody's ever been in the building, you can see pictures of, what it was like back then and the things that they did. And then as Scituate became more of a year-round community, and in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, more restaurants and bars came to town, and there was less of a need for kind of a place for people to get together socially. It took a little bit of a dip, and its membership declined. The building, frankly, took some hits. And, when the neighborhood started to fill in a little bit more with year-round people in the 70s and 80s and into the 90s, people looked at the association as a great neighborhood and a community organization, and the membership started to rise again. And I personally have been involved for 10 or 15 years. I've been in Scituate for almost 20 years now. My back deck looks out on the Beach Association building across the marsh. And it's become a great community, neighborhood, social center again. We've got everything from probably the biggest event of the year is the Sand Hills Labor Day Parade. That costs the Beach Association about $9,000 to put on every year. And it's a big town event. People line the streets and have a lot of fun. The Beach Association gives out 3, 4, 5 scholarships to graduating seniors every year to support our membership and community. Everything from Tuesday night kids nights to teen dances, ice cream socials, movie nights. We do have a couple bands come in a couple times a summer for social events. We do a pig roast. We host a 5K run by the light that goes around the lighthouse and down Oceanside. Chili Chowder Fest in the fall. And while we are a member-driven organization, we encourage people to become members. We have family memberships for $100. Individual memberships, I think now, are $50. Membership or participation in any of our events is not a membership required activity. Our membership goes to support our endeavors. It goes to support the upkeep of the building. It goes to support the scholarships. Hopefully it'll potentially go to support a new flagpole, if anybody knows the flagpole that fell down at the ball field on Turner Road this past spring. The Beach Association does its best to maintain that, along with the Mahonies, who do a lot of work as well. So we are here to formally seek a seasonal liquor license so that we can sell alcohol and fall under the formal jurisdiction of the liquor laws in the town, work with the town.
Great. And you're looking for a seasonal one, similar to the one that the Sand Hills store had, right?
Yeah, the general store had, and then they got whomever
They got
else.
a full liquor license. So it'll go from April 15th till January 15th, is that correct, Lorraine?
Well, April 1st to January 15th.
April 1st, right.
Yeah, I don't see us in there come December 25th.
Obviously, the difference with this one is it's more of an open container license versus the Sand Hills, which is
Store,
a packaged liquor license. So.
Correct.
But similar to the yacht club or similar to any other club that has
Exactly.
liquor license. How many of those do we have, Lorraine? We have 3 or 4?
This will be the only one we have at this time.
But we have the ability, it's some ratio of,
Right.
I think we have the ability to have 3, I think.
Yeah, I think we're told that there's 3 available.
Yeah.
Tip certified, all that stuff is being done?
Yeah, we have membership, we have about 6 or 8 members that have volunteered to become tip certified. We're also looking into, besides the tip certification, we're looking into the positive ID machinery so that we can make sure that, like they've got at the Village Market, and the general store has one
Sure.
too, so you can scan a license and know if it's valid or not.
Right.
But these would just be for special events, right?
Correct.
What, in between the special events, what would you do
My question.
with the alcohol? In between, in between the...
How are you storing all the
Yes, right.
alcohol and?
It's stored, the building has a separate bar room
It locks
that's
off.
locked down, locked tight,
Okay.
with only a few members that have keys.
And with this license, they have the ability to store it there. Otherwise, if they were doing one days, they
They'd have
couldn't, they would have to unload it every day.
Load, unload.
Right, right.
No, that was my question really, was where you would store it in the meantime. I read all your documentation that you'll have tip certified, so that's really important, especially being in a neighborhood with kids growing up, teenage kids coming on premise, so just to really understand the importance of utilizing that technology that the Sand Hills General Store has and some of the other places have is really, really important to all of us, because we've seen some of that breakdown in other establishments around town, and being a private club, you just need to make sure that you understand the severity of that process.
Yeah, we take it, I mean, I live across the street from the place. We take it to heart. I've been in the restaurant business my entire life,
Oh, good.
since I was 15. So I get that. I'm a restaurant owner, actually. So we don't serve alcohol in my restaurants because we're more of a lunch fast casual, but I've worked in and run plenty of places that do. So I inherently get that.
Anybody in the audience?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my concern would be more for the storage than the carding. I think, you're going to be controlling the events, you're running the events.
Right.
It's just the kids, and we just take it very seriously if underage people get served, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have the building secured, and then even within the building,
That area.
the bar area is secured and locked up tight as a drum.
And the alcohol's locked within a cabinet within the bar, so it's actually
It's a
double.
triple lock, yeah.
Triple lock.
Well, triple lock for the building,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. So we had somebody in the audience? Yes. Name and address?
Stephen Shepherd, 70 Scituate Avenue, and I've lived there for 37 years, always considered the Beach Association a great asset, raised 4 kids, they all partook in the events, and to give credit to all the people who were running it. But I think this is a horrible idea to issue a liquor license, to essentially open a bar in a congested neighborhood where in the summer you want your windows open. The clubhouse is small, the windows are open, the crowds always go out onto the front lawn, and, as the night goes on, it gets louder. People are drinking. I don't know how many nights, this is going to go from April till January. I think it's an awful imposition to have essentially a bar room in a neighborhood. And, I think it's a great facility, they're great people, but, people come in from all out when there is events, the little parking lot on Otis, which is now a construction staging area, but, it's a jam, I believe there's, beer cans and et cetera there. I just don't think, licensing essentially a bar in the neighborhood is a good idea.
What happens now for the adult events? Bring your own?
No.
You don't? All right.
I mean, historically, and I'm not...
I grew up in this town, and there was one in Shore Acres, and there'd be tickets involved, and that's how, it's-
So the
nothing was sold, but you'd buy tickets, and you exchange things for
Exactly,
tickets.
and, to be frank, it's been a bit of a gray area in the past, and this is really our opportunity with the town's kind of prodding to treat it like it should be treated.
But you're not, one second, you're not opening a bar, you're really just having alcohol available for your events, is that correct?
There's a bar room in there.
But this isn't like you're open Monday
We're not
through
open.
Friday, it's like
No,
we have a
we are-
party Friday night,
Exactly.
and you're just trying to formalize the process
Yep.
of,
Well, I think it'd be selling crates
I
over
don't-
the counter.
just, you can speak in a second.
Okay.
So what is the, if you can just describe what the drinking activity is going to be?
Sure, the intent is for social drinking, the same events that we've had in the past. A couple bands this summer, on weekends, of maybe a football game or two in the fall. We do a chili chowder contest in the fall. It's a dozen, maybe more, plus or minus, larger social events a year.
But it's not turning into a bar
Monday through
room.
Friday, open the doors and bring them all in and, turn it into TKs or Oro or the Galley kind of thing. This is just formalizing what we have done in the past and bringing it above board.
One of these gentlemen here, I'm not sure who was first.
Yeah, so,
Name, address, we know you, but...
Bob Hamill, 41 Damon Road, Scituate. Full disclosure, I'm a past president of the Scituate Beach Association in 1997, on the board as a result of that. But just to bring a little clarity to it, we won't be changing the operation of this club in any way, shape, or form. This license is really, as I understand, and I'll let Pete speak more to it, but to really help us with some clarity on this issue and to let us conform fully with the town, work with the town to make sure we're doing everything in the right way. The vast majority of the events, we won't even be using the license. It's the Tuesday night ice cream socials. That bar room is locked down on those events. There is no alcohol even, allowed. Old adult members, if they're there, would not have a drink with the children. We're not going to be changing what we've been doing for 70 years. I've been involved myself personally since I was a child going to preteen dances. It's not going to be a bar room. We will have the same events, and you can look at our calendar. It probably hasn't changed from 1997 when I was president until now in terms of an Irish night. In terms of the adult events, it's probably 4 to 6, maybe not, I'm overstating it even, but the pig roast, the lobster bake at the end of the year. So we will try to be the same good neighbor, I hope, in so many ways. And I know we have, whenever the town has required it for different events, gladly brought in a police detail, or done whatever we needed to try and do that. So I feel badly to hear there are beer cans or anything like that. Certainly, we always, at the end of an event, go out and clean up and try and be a good neighbor to the community. It's why we've always done the kids' events as sort of our main thrust, that, the preteen dances, the kids' movies. So I do think we give quite a bit to that area, in addition to the parade and the scholarships that we give annually to the Scituate High School seniors. So.
Thank you, Bob. Just clarification, Pete, I'll direct this to you. So the alcohol itself is only consumed inside the building, right?
Correct.
I mean, I've never, and if someone was outside, it's not supposed to be outside. I've never seen it personally, but it cannot be outside, just to clarify that.
It's contained in the building.
Right, okay.
I do, I was remiss, I have, we sent out notification to all the abutters. We did hear back, the association heard back from 3 of them, and I have letters from them stating their support that I can share with you, 2 of them, I'm sorry, another letter from Chris George. Both the Howells, who are across the street, directly across the street if you walked out the front door, and the Stantons, who are directly next door, who are seasonal. They live in Brookline, Chestnut Hill, but are down all summer. And they have provided letters of support.
Marty, I don't see the activity in this building changing that much. I really don't. The difference is, every one of these guys, and a lot of people in this room, their children are gonna go on Tuesday nights or Friday nights. So, they're gonna be directly affected if something goes wrong and kids get at an area where they shouldn't. I feel for the abutters, but I really don't, I've lived in the town my whole life, and I went to the SBA different times growing up. I don't really seeing it change too much. They want to be good neighbors. They live in the neighborhood. I know where Adam lives, now I know where you live, and Todd, I know you're down the street. You might not be a direct abutters, but you're close by. So, and like the past president said, they want to be good neighbors. They, and if the neighbors, complain to town hall, then, they'll hear it from us.
Absolutely.
So I think they, I don't see it changing too much.
Right, everything basically. My suggestion was, my suggestion would be, if you did have an issue, is to communicate with these folks, try to be able to work together, and obviously if it became a real issue, you could come to the town hall.
Okay, it wasn't clear from the application, if nothing's changing, I mean, the one thing that is, I see that, there's entertainment bills, and, we already hear the music from the yacht club on the weekend. It's summertime, the windows are open, I don't want to listen to a DJ all night.
Well,
We're not even at
we're not
that
even at
part
that yet.
But, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment, though. Because this is nestled in a neighborhood, I do have a little bit of an issue of it going to 1 AM. We have some flexibility with the time. I listen to you, and I get the sense that most of your efforts will probably be on a weekend. Is that a fair statement? Are there many during the week? Okay. But I would propose, pushing it back to at least midnight, because I think 1 AM is a stretch. Because when you keep serving liquor till 1 AM, people aren't out till 2. You know how that works. I mean, I would even be open to pushing it back to 11, but I would settle for midnight. But I think 1 AM is too long. It's too long.
Even though, can I say, even though...
Just your
Just your name, please.
I'm Della Shepherd. I go with Steve Shepherd from 70 Scituate Avenue. And even though you say the focus of the Beach Association activities, it's not changing, it seems it has changed over the last few years. It's become more and more of a function hall. And instead of a stream of little kids going into the Beach Association for ice cream night, we have 35 cars parking in the salt marsh across Otis Avenue. And now, on one of these special nights, some of them are going to be leaving bars and driving back through the neighborhood, which is, it's a summer neighborhood, people are out and about, including kids. So I just worry about having, there is a bar in the building. Do you even have bathrooms in there?
Welcome to come down and try them out, they're great.
Well, that's great. But I'm just worried about the trash and the noise and the alcohol use in this neighborhood, this tiny neighborhood. You can just about get up and down our street because of the cars parked down the road. So you know, and it does seem like the events are getting to be more all town, as you say. It's not just the neighborhood anymore. And to have all alcoholic until 1 in the morning, I don't know. I worry about it. And we've already put up with some bad results. Like I say, the focus seems to be changing. And there's a lot of trash.
And I think as representing the Beach Association, we want to do our best to be good neighbors. And if there are issues, we welcome a dialogue. We want to know about it because, we all live in the neighborhood. We certainly don't want to create a bad neighborhood on any stretch.
Anybody else have anything? So what do we want to do?
Motion?
Please.
Well, let me just ask a question. What do you think about midnight?
I like 1 o'clock, but I think midnight's reasonable.
Yeah,
I think it would be a good
midnight's
gesture
more
to
than
your
Yeah,
neighbors.
no, I think midnight is fine.
All right.
Okay.
On the motion?
And
We'll
let's,
adjust the
well,
motion.
let's wait 1 second. I don't think Monday through Friday should even be midnight. I can see the weekends. What's the typical liquor license on the weekdays? It isn't a neighborhood. I
10
would
PM?
10 or 11 or something, and on Monday through Thursday.
Monday through
anyways.
Thursday?
And maybe Sunday? I don't know, what do you guys think? Why don't you propose something that's reasonable so we don't have to tell you what to do?
Sure.
Pete, I guess, is there an instance that...
I'm trying to think on my feet here, sorry for the...
Pete, while you're thinking, I'm going
Yeah,
to take one of the gentlemen from
No,
the...
it's just that as a member of the SBA,
Yeah.
there are some events on Sunday that happen, so just
flip
Yeah,
for the holidays, it falls on I don't know if that's, a holiday consideration. We can holidays are Tuesday.
Monday through Thursday.
One or two events a year.
Friday.
We release a schedule every year of the events. We usually do 2 adult events per month, starting in May and ending in October, maybe 1 or 2 in September. The only concern I have on Thursdays is there's an occasion that the Patriots play, and we host a Patriots event that night. So I don't know if we can agree, I don't know how we would agree on those specific nights if we were going to serve alcohol on that Thursday night that the Patriots were playing, if we were going to host something that night, but I think there are a few on the Thursday and Sunday.
Well, I think the, the alternative to this would be you just come before us for 10 or 8 liquor license during the year. I mean, that's what I'm saying, that's what you're avoiding by doing this, so you're...
Right. And the logistics of...
The logistics of storage of alcohol was a concern there. We felt we had it triple locked and the ability to store.
By law, so.
So what do you think? Do you want us to make the thing, or do you want to propose something?
I would propose, I guess, do we have flexibility? If we said 10, or just to throw out a number, what is our...
We've got to stop serving at that time.
Can they come to us?
So can we come at a special event for an exception? If the Patriots were playing on a Monday night, for example, and we wanted to host a social function for that, could we come to you for an extended license or extended hour of operation kind of thing?
Or one-day special event.
Is that something that can be done?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
One-day special event.
Oh, that's easy. Done. So I would propose, Monday through Thursday, 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay.
And then
Friday through
Friday
Sunday.
through Sunday.
Till midnight. And the starting times really aren't an issue, 11 a.m. Monday through Friday and 10 a.m. on the weekends.
Can't see that being an issue.
Pancake breakfast one morning, but there's no rules.
Well, that's good.
What's your name?
Can't speak for some of the people coming in for breakfast.
You got that right now?
Yep. Make a
Okay,
motion.
please.
What about Sunday?
I've got it. He has Friday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to midnight, correct? Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Move to approve the application for a new one-premise seasonal club all alcoholic beverage license to Scituate Beach Association from April 1st to January 15th, pending approval of the ABCC. The premise located at 88 Scituate Ave, Scituate, Mass. is 3,600 square feet and consists of 1 floor with 5 rooms. Liquor license hours are from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and 11 a.m. to midnight Friday through Sunday.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harris. Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those against? 4-0.
If you have
Mr. Danny
anything,
abstained.
I'm sure you can go talk to Pete if there's any issues, or any of these guys, and if it doesn't get resolved, then, you can come back to us.
I see you all the time.
I see you.
All right, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, don't go. Stay where you are.
Sorry.
Next, we're going to be moving on to the discussion of vote for the Scituate Beach Association, the SBA, the entertainment license.
So, Lorraine, can you just refresh my memory on amplified?
In front of you, a summary of all of the businesses that have entertainment licenses in Scituate. And there's a listing of all the entertainment license hours for the different businesses in the community and what they have. And the entertainment type on the right is a list of what they have. So it's a mixed bag, some places have amplified, non-amplified, DJ, acoustic. This is a unique situation because it is in a neighborhood.
And it's in the summer, so the doors are open and the windows are open. And so what are you asking for?
We are asking for the entertainment license.
They asked for 12 noon to 12 a.m.
Yep. Sorry, I got excited about the liquor license and forgot about this part.
And you want amplified music?
They have a couple of
Acoustic.
bands.
We do, because we have some bands that come in. 617, Doc Ellis, the usual suspects.
You do that now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And DJ for the kids' dances. We bring a DJ in. For the kids'
Halloween
dances as
party
well, the Halloween party.
and stuff like that. And this is acoustic for the Irish night. We've got, 2 open mic nights or days that we're working data on the calendar, much like they do at Gates for the kids. So that would be, well, that would be kind of, afternoon most likely. It would be amplified.
Are you hearing complaints from the neighbors now?
We have one complaint, one neighbor that has complained in the past.
About acoustic or amplified or both?
Kind of about anything, frankly. They've been a little bit disgruntled. They're not a direct abutter. They've come over and thrown things at the building in the past. But that's the only complaint that I'm aware of.
I mean, just so you know, some of these entertainment types within the licenses that we've already approved are pretty specific about the size of the bands and the type of the music that can be played. So that's why we're just trying to get an understanding of, what's anticipated.
Yeah, we're anticipating the ability to have amplified music for some dances that are that we've done historically, and frankly, depending on who is running the SBA, they either got one-day permits or not, and we're just trying to avoid that logistical hurdle. And I don't think we need a entertainment license from noon to midnight, 7 days a week. That's not really what we're looking for at all here.
Yeah, because even with the kids' events, that you do have a couple during the week. That doesn't go very late either, does it?
No, that's 9.
Yeah.
And I think we're open to guidance on what you suggest. I mean, it's, the bands that we've had have been returning for the past 5-6 years, so it's been the same bands twice a year, or twice per season that we've had. Last year we had a country band. So, I don't think it's...
I mean, if you had 2 acoustic events, I don't think we have a problem with it, as long as the neighbors know about it beforehand and that. If we give you a 7-day amplified license, I meant amplified, not acoustic, then you could have bands there every night of the week, which I don't think you're going to do, but it's just...
No.
It's just how do we form it so it really does what you want and doesn't allow you to go outside of those terms.
And again, like they said, they've had a set schedule, which has been the same for a long time, so you can pretty much look at the schedule and go by it,
But you always have to write these for those that come after.
Right.
These 4.
Right.
So.
I think ideally it's Thursday through Sunday is when we would have entertainment music.
And that covers the children as well?
That covers the children's event on Thursday. Well, the movie night would be Tuesday. I mean,
That's
I guess
not-
considered
Well, I would-
amplified, but it's not a band, so, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. We only had one event on a Sunday night last year, so.
And the Thursday, it wouldn't have to be as late? All
No.
right.
Okay, so Thursday through Sunday.
Or, I guess, could we get a certain number for the season? Would that work? I don't know how it works. I mean, if you said you could have
The alternative is
6 acoustic or amplified events throughout the season, we pick those 6
Just 2.
days. Or...
It was just 2 minutes ago.
Well, I think we're talking the karaoke for the children and dances for the children.
We wouldn't be in compliance, so I don't know what you consider, the difference between acoustic and amplified. So.
As long as you're reasonable and the neighbors don't complain, we really don't care. But if they complain to us, then we've got to
we'll
change
go back.
it. That's,
Understand.
so,
But I also want, what Morris said, we're the first 4 guys up here, and we're writing this for other people. So we want to try to make things work for
Yeah.
you guys too. So.
I mean, you could say something like according to the Scituate Beach Association entertainment schedule.
well, then they could schedule something.
Whatever they want.
So why don't we do Thursday through Sunday? I think the entertainment should stop at 11 in that neighborhood. You have the liquor license after that, but whatever amplified music. And I don't know if we can number it. I tell you what, we won't do it this time, but if you exceed it, then they're going to come and tell us, and we're going to have to change it next time.
I have a comment on that. So I can be down at the Scituate Beach Association, and they've stopped their music, and I can hear the music from the Scituate Yacht Club until midnight. What's the difference?
It'll be a little quieter, I think, for these people.
No, I'm saying, I mean, I
Well,
think
the
it's,
Scituate Yacht Club's on the water.
Right.
It only has
it only affects
4
about
houses.
10 houses that are in front of it here.
Well, this is in the middle of a neighborhood, you know. You live there.
The windows only
They
go
also,
one
they're
direction.
they're not renting it out, Marty, to, Scituate Yacht Club rents out their facilities for weddings, blah, 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 different things like that.
All I'm saying is, we're trying to be consistent, as we said.
Yeah.
So if we do 11 for one and 12 for the other, it just doesn't seem right to me when you can clear, and I live far away from the yacht, and I'm not picking on the yacht club, it's great music, but you can hear it, and I'm far away from the yacht club. So I think that...
You can hear the yacht club from your house?
Absolutely.
Wow.
But I'm not trying to be consistent.
Oh.
There's so much,
Okay.
I mean, I'm looking at each situation separately and saying, okay, these people in the neighborhood, these people are TKs. You know, they're in a, you know, a commercial
Well,
area.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I would argue with you that if you look at the yacht club and all the homes along on Jericho Road, they're all hearing that music till midnight.
You don't
Well,
get
well,
complaints.
TK's is 10 PM.
You don't get complaints from the SBA either.
And it's been going on for 30 years.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
I mean,
a lot
when
longer
we
than
have
that.
had bands in there in the past, on a Saturday, we've certainly gone till midnight sometimes.
And with as many as they don't have, we also grant weddings and things like that till 12 o'clock, and I can hear those. You know, the one up off of Tilden Road, we heard till 12:30 or 1. I'm just saying, I think that the 12 a.m. is okay. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
You know? And if
What do
we
you-
get a
what do you guys
complaint, then
think?
we can address it.
How long have the bands been playing for now?
A few years, I don't know.
No, till at night.
Usually 11. Yeah, 11, 12.
11, sometime between 11 and 12. I mean, we have gotten a couple event permits in the past, and they've gone till 12.
And just really one person is unhappy about it, or the same home? Okay.
And, yeah, I mean, we don't anticipate that changing if we turn the place into a monastery, right? We're just
Okay.
not happy.
I'm sorry, Mara, did I interrupt you?
She's trying to study the other.
We are being pretty consistent, I'm just reading all the different, in the
Right.
areas. Most of the entertainment stops at midnight.
Yeah.
And during the week, if we stopped it at 10 for Thursday, I mean, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah,
You don't have to play till midnight if they
No.
they can stop it sooner.
And there's a chance that they'll
It's an
stop
hour
at
before
11
your liquor
anyway.
license is up, so it gives people time to exit.
All right, if they complain, then we'll come back.
That's
I
a
mean, it's-
different, that's a different issue.
And you guys will hear it before us, probably.
exactly, exactly. Hopefully we won't.
Okay, somebody else?
Nobody hears it.
So Thursday to Sunday from 12 to 12?
No, Thursday we want a little bit earlier.
You say the hours then.
Okay.
Thursday, what time?
From 12 to 10,
12 to 10.
Friday,
That sounds good.
Yep.
Friday, Saturday, how about Sunday till 10 or Sunday till 12?
Sunday till 10 works,
Sunday
right?
till 10's fine.
Okay.
Sunday,
So Friday and Saturday nights are the only nights that would have midnight.
Friday, Saturday.
So Thursday and Sunday, 12 to 10, Friday, Saturday, 12 to 12.
great.
So moved.
Tony made the motion.
Did you make the
Yeah,
whole
sort
motion?
of.
Sure. Well, okay.
Oh, I thought you just did.
Move that the
my
Board of Selectmen approve an
computer's slow.
entertainment license for the Scituate Beach Association for acoustic amplified musicians and a DJ on Thursdays from 12 to 10 p.m., Fridays and Saturdays from 12 to 12 p.m., midnight, whatever, and Sundays from 12 to 10 p.m.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harris. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
against?
No, I'm in favor.
Good, 4-0.
Great.
Thank you.
All right.
guys.
Get up now.
Now the whole room's gonna clear out. Like everybody's from the Everybody in that neighborhood, every event anyway. Somebody come over from the west end.
Yes, oh yeah. They've been doing it for years. I saw Mark Morris and the Cartoons there sometime.
My house now with Kendies.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And they're gonna do more and more.
Okay, what do I want to get? Capital?
11 o'clock's late at night.
It is, if you work, you know. We're a little behind here.
No.
right, moving on. Trying to move on, anyway. You going to have dinner? You could have, huh?
This is any indicator tonight.
You shut the door.
Would you shut that? Thank you. Okay, moving on to some review, some FY18 town operating and capital budgets. First up, we have South Shore Regional Voc Tech High School. Tom Hickey.
He couldn't make it.
He couldn't, and Mr. Jack Manning. How are you, Jack? Good, thank you.
I go right to capital like you.
Good evening. I'm here to present the budget for South Shore Voc Tech. It's gone up approximately 3%, and we have 3 additional students this year, so that kind of tells us why it went up. I think it's about $48,000. But all in all, I think the school speaks for itself as far as putting out quality students. So if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
No, I've reviewed it.
Yeah, Lorraine said it's just not in this.
Where is it? Do we have any paperwork for this, or no?
You should have got
Yeah, it was sent to you under separate cover.
Yeah, it was under
because it's
separate
too large to fit in the packet.
Is there a summary page?
Yeah.
You see that?
Yes, you can have this. I have another copy.
So it's an increase of 3%.
Nice, Chuck.
Jack, while he's looking at that, I remember a few years ago, you came to the individual towns to ask for like a special assessment. I think at the time it was a heating system or something like that.
It was a heating system, yeah.
I'm sorry,
We
what?
set up the fund.
All right, that's what it was. All right, just,
Yeah, the fund that we could, like, this year, we're going to use the money out of that to do a survey on what the school needs and go to the SBMA, I guess it is, the school, Massachusetts
Right.
schools.
yeah,
For upgrades. The building itself is 1962, so
Right.
there are some things. But the beauty is, most of it we can do ourselves, a lot of it, so the students do a lot of that.
so there's a separate bucket of funds?
Yeah, that's what,
Okay.
I forget what we call that.
Like a reserve fund, sort of?
It's a reserve fund we can only use for certain things like that.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
It saves us coming back to the town every time we want to
That's
do
right.
something.
Do you even have to get our approval to use that, Jack? No, you just...
And that's a maximum of $500,000 that we can't,
6%
so, and it's in the budget. We do put money into it each year.
Right.
So, but it's to offset costs like
That's assessment.
Major.
impact studies on
That's how you get.
how to do things like that.
Okay.
So, but that is part of the budget. But like I say, Situate's up 3 students, so we're at 45 students, which is good.
Including the 3, we're at 45?
We're at 45 currently, right, with the 3 new ones, yeah.
Okay.
And that's projection for next year, Jack?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
great.
it. Student enrollment projected for next year, yes.
I can't find it.
Trish, we budgeted, what, $777,000? Are we still in line with his new projections with regards to South Shore?
Yes, the forecast is reflecting that.
It does, okay.
So
good.
it's 7, last year's budget was,
Yeah, it's
706,
I think it's a
and this year's
$48,000.
budget's 754, so a 6.8% increase, over $48,000. And it's hard to look at the increase because the new students.
Right, that's basically what it is, for us anyways, and
And this next year? And this
which
year?
is a good sign.
Come out the same as a whole.
We are serving our students.
Write that down.
So John just did some math, it's like $16,700 per student
Right.
this
Which
year.
is still under the tuition level that the state sets. Or if we were a town that were not part of the system, we'd be paying significantly more. I think it's almost $18,000 plus transportation costs. So,
706 divided by 42.
So Tony, in the original forecast, when the financial forecast committee met, we were carrying a much higher number. I want
Right.
to say maybe as much as 10%.
16.8.
And then Superintendent Hickey really kept us informed with the numbers, because like Jack said, it's sort of a guesstimate because they really don't know.
Right.
So it's come down quite a bit, so we were able to capture that in the numbers that we were able to do, to give to the school committee, every school department in terms of the split. The forecast committee hasn't circled back on it yet.
Right. Well, it's a great program. Jack, Jack, how long have you been doing this? I've been doing this for 15 years. You've been in every single budget for those.
I think I'm on my 16th year.
Yeah. So,
Not counting the years I taught, so.
great programs, great kids coming out of there. I'm sure the superintendent speaks highly of it as well, so. And not much we can do.
No,
It's either
basically.
yes or no.
The big thing is we do get a bang for our buck at the end of the 4 years from each student graduating, so it does help us that way too.
Right. Good. I don't have any questions. Great.
About this, give this back to Jack.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Okay.
Jack.
Can we
You
keep that?
Yeah, I have my copy
can
here. I ended up with 2 for whatever reason.
I just want to ask, is anybody here recording video or audio of this meeting?
Just,
So
yeah.
you have
If
to
I-
disclose that?
Yeah.
At the beginning of the meeting?
Who you with?
Are you with the press? Great, Jack. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Jack.
See you next year.
Or before, hopefully.
Tell Sheila we said hello.
Next, we're going to move on to the capital budget recommendations. Chris Karsha, Chairman of Capital Planning.
Tablet is so slow.
Thank you.
Good time out there.
Okay, yeah. Maybe a little cheat sheet for that.
It was in the packet. Oh, did you get that?
Yeah, well, I don't have my phone, so.
Did you print that?
Yes, it's from a while ago. Do you want it?
No, that's all right.
You want me to go through it line by line?
Just give us a little overview of what you guys did.
Mr. Chairman, Board, thank you. I'm Chris Karsha. This is Joe Gibbons representing Capital Planning, fiscal year 2018. So the general overview is the recommendations were unanimous for all but one, and that one was rejected. There was discussion on a few others, and that's the stuff I'll go over. Just in the order that it's on my list here. Facilities had a recommendation for $90,000 to replace the HVAC system at Widows Walk. There was some discussion on that. The amount seemed high to a few of us in the room. They came back with a completed proposal, so we revised that recommendation to $80,000. That was 60 for the clubhouse, 12 for the maintenance building, and there was 8, I believe, for contingency. But it was a good estimate. It's an expandable system, definitely, well worth proceeding with. The next was waterways. They had an initial request of $43,000 to upgrade the electrical system at the Cole Parkway and Maritime Center marinas. What they're doing is adding ground fault protection. It's a code issue. I guess it was brought up by the electrical inspector. One of our members went down and had a look at the system. He's an engineer, electrical, or among other things. Had a look at what they had going on, and after some discussions and some of his research, we decided that it was going to be a bigger project than the initial $43,000. They would have to upgrade all their systems.
we ended up approving, recommending $68,000 for the project, an additional $25,000 over what they had originally requested. Was that for equipment, or was that just scope of work? Scope of work.
That was all in, if I'm not mistaken.
The 68.
Yes, well, so was the 40, it was for,
Right.
time and materials.
Right, but I mean, the addition, the delta was because they omitted things, or the job's just bigger than? It was bigger than they had initially planned. The existing equipment is on, wouldn't be used, they would have to replace everything. It was larger than just what they had initially proposed.
People getting shocked.
Yeah.
And I believe Frank Nash sent, did everybody get letters on that? Well, Frank sent emails out, just us?
Not to us, just you.
Just us?
Yeah, yeah.
But originally, Steve Moen had come here, and it was really not only a code issue, but it was a safety issue. People were getting shocked, and electricity and water don't mix, so apparently it was bigger than...
So basically what's happening is, the request that was submitted was to do the work. And when Mr. Nash went with a lot of expertise in this area, he said it really needs to be designed before it is actually done. So the additional funds will provide for design, engineering design, before we actually do the work.
Makes sense.
So it's really great that he helped us out in that regard.
Good.
Nancy, where are we getting that additional from?
Retained earnings?
Okay, so we're just bumping it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's 576 in retained earnings?
888.
Waterways? Oh, right, afterwards. Moving on?
Sure.
Next was the water department. They had an original request for, right there. The original request was for $290,000 for a reservoir feed project. What they were doing is actually going to direct pipe one of the wells right into, I'll probably get it wrong, Tack Factory Pond. After some discussion, they were hoping on taking a different route. We approved contingent on a revised proposal, which they provided a little later. They're able to do the alternate route, which is directly through the woods, rather it was supposed to be up, right up along the side of the road. They can come straight through the woods. It cut the price down to $120,000. Really? So we saved $170 on that. They had another project come up, which was not on the original recommendation list. The carbon filter. Right. They need to replace the carbon filter media. And we approved that contingent on pricing. They did come back with a price for that, $170,000.
Isn't that funny, huh?
How it all worked out. So, again, it was, the original amount was $290 that we, so they stayed within that number. We approved both projects, recommended. That $170 is $150 for the project, and it's another $20 for a contingency in case whatever's below the carbon is junk also. We changed, where are my facilities, water, waterways.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question? Sure. Do we have from the changes that you made, we don't have an updated spreadsheet, correct, do we?
This
I mean,
one.
I have one with notes, but I don't see the numbers adjusted with the reservoir feed project, still sitting at 290.
It is. It's
The one beneath it has nothing,
There's nothing.
Okay,
because it happened to add up to the,
together,
Yeah.
got it. So those two are combined now,
Correct.
got it. Sorry, Chris.
nope, you're good. Nancy, what did I miss last time? Or did I catch everything?
Got everything.
Except for the one. The final one was the rejected recommendation. It was the facilities project $250,000 for demolition, was it 250? Yep. 250 for demolition of the current police station, the old police station. It was a 3-2 vote. Basically, the dissenting vote believed that the town needs to come up with a more solid, more definitive plan of what's happening with the entire complex. They weren't ready to commit just $250 to demolition, demolish that without an overall plan of what's happening with the rest of the area.
So 3 people voted against, 2...
3 against, 2 for. So that one was the only one, that's the rejected recommendation.
Well, thank you, you guys did a thorough job.
Appreciate it.
And there's a whole bunch more, that's the whole thing. You've only touched on the 5, Chris, right? You've only touched on 5, but I mean, you've approved so many others, like the highway, or the road and sidewalk, the highway department.
Everything else was approved unanimously.
So it's,
It was, yeah.
that's well done.
How many times did you meet, Chris? I know I went to 1.
Not as many as we should have. We crammed a lot into a few meetings. I believe it was 3 or 4 meetings.
Right. First time being chair. How long you been on? A few years?
This is my 4th year, first year as chair. So
Yeah.
maybe we'll do it again next year.
Good job.
Excellent.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Maybe just some overview that the total budget for the general fund is $2.5 million, right? For the capital?
Yes.
Questions?
Right. Questions, Marty? Anyone have questions?
Anybody in the audience have any questions at all?
Karen, Richard. Karen.
Oh, Karen, I'm sorry.
So, I'm Karen Richard. I am 36 Meeting House Lane. I am the chair of the Scituate Adaptive Building Use Committee. I did present to the committee regarding specifically the demolition of the 2 properties in question in Town Hall. We believe that the work of that committee, as well as the preceding committee for the Scituate Public Facilities Master Plan Committee, both concluded the same thing, and that was the following. Number 1 is it does cost money to keep these buildings standing, even if you don't use them. Number 2 is if you don't use them, you will, if you leave them, you will use them, and you will spend more money on them, even though it is not, would not possibly be for any highest and best use for those properties. Number 3 is these buildings are not suitable for any, in our opinion, the opinion of the committee, for any of the other possible uses the town would be interested in, and the remediation costs to make them suitable would be overwhelming. And we all unanimously agree that we should not use these properties. Or property is, with the school projects going on behind it, some of the issues that are going to be related to the egress to this property once we have more traffic could be mitigated by possibly the reuse of some of this property to manage traffic in the future. And I know that's something that has to be done with the state, but nevertheless, there's going to be land needed to address that. And finally, this is the front door to our town. And we've spent all this money to build this absolutely beautiful school, to have the front door to our town have sit wasting 2 buildings that are shuttered or ill-used would be a crying shame. And it will cost you money to knock these things down no matter when you knock them down, but they will have to come down. And if they don't come down, they will be an eyesore to the town. So if the town does have the funds available to take them down, we recommend unanimously, and I did check again with the committee, we recommend unanimously that they come down as part of the master plan that we have recommended not once but twice. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
So, well, we're going to discuss the capital plan in the next meeting, right?
When you vote the final warrant, which is at your next meeting, capital planning recommends to the board.
Yes, sir.
Pete Waller, 200 Country Way. The engineering that was added on to the electrical for the marinas, how far out is it going to push the dates that we're going to get that stuff done? Because the waterways was very concerned with the safety issue, and I just don't want to see it go
I
way
don't
up.
know that answer.
Yeah, we
would know.
I think we asked that question, and if it goes out of the gate ready July 1, as soon as town meeting approves the funds, and we can have it ready to be awarded, so the contractor can start July 1, it shouldn't, we were told it shouldn't hold up the work. Because, yeah, we know. I agree with you.
Okay, moving on to the school department.
Just, actually, Mr. Chair, I was going to say, to Karen's point,
Yeah.
I actually want to go take a tour of the facility, because I have to say, I don't think there's any useful life in it. I know there's asbestos and lead, which is another issue that we're dealing with. I don't know if anybody else, I think the board, if you have time between now and next week, we should try to at least take a look at it. I know the recommendations.
We know firsthand.
I don't see anything. I'd like to at least see if there's any chance of any redeeming quality, because the costs of carrying are going to be high each year, so.
And there's nothing in the budget
To carry, yeah.
I didn't put anything in.
And if I may, while we're talking about this, we will also need to consider the same topic for carrying budget funds for soon-to-be own-paid school once we, abandon that for the new property. So operating funds would have to be included in any demolition costs that parts of the building that we know now should come down.
Have Mike speak. Does Mike want to say anything? I know he just walked in. Not to put you on the spot, Chief.
Talking about tearing down the old police station?
Right. Well, what I can tell you is, right now, there's at least 2 leaks on the roof, and the heating system, which was probably 20 years old, they had done over in my office 2 months ago. The pipe blew. The joints are starting to come apart in that, so I think there's going to be a considerable expense if it's going to be repurposed for something. I had mentioned that Kevin Kelly won that rule that I'm not spending any more money on the building. I put a jacket on for the rest of the winter.
Thank you.
He can take the jacket off now. The street, right?
Yes, Chris.
Add on. So the dissenting voters aren't opposed to tearing it down. They don't see any, future use for it. Their argument was that they wanted to see an overall plan for the entire complex. Would it be cheaper, if you demolished all 3 at the same time? Is there some possibility of connecting the 2 buildings? There was that flow of discussion. It wasn't, we're going to save it and try to do something with it. They wanted to see just a general, a more specific, concept of what's happening in this entire space.
And I think that makes sense. I mean, initially, there was the plan to move Town Hall to Gates and use all of this space as one, but that's now, being looked at closer. So, but I think Karen had a good point. That's not going to be used for anything else. And it's going to cost us money, and it is an eyesore to have a abandoned building blocking the view of a brand-new school on, the thoroughfare to our town. So, to me, it makes a lot of sense, and I know the building's in disrepair anyways. It's not like it's going to be used by some other group other than the police department, so.
And Chris, to your point, theoretically, it would make perfect sense, because if they're all coming down, cost-wise, perfect. The downside is, as you know, in town, the townspeople have to make a decision what they're going to do with the buildings, and although, while maybe it would be nice, this might not be decided for another 5 years, 6 years, could be even longer. And then you ask, do you carry a kind of what they call the, the factory blighted syndrome of, leaving up buildings so that people want to throw rocks at the glasses to break them. Like, you got this thing here. So, I mean, if there's a useful value of it, I'd agree. I think there's potential useful value of the fire station, at least in the short term, maybe long term, but I'm not sure there's anything you can get out of that building. And that's why I wanted to walk through it one more time. Like the cells, of course not. I don't even think the garage you can actually, they're not full space garages. I think they're pushed down, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Chief. When you pull in there, in other words, they're not full bays. They're shortened bays, I think. And,
yeah, you might, 1-ton dump truck might not get in there, but a pickup truck. The other thing that it affected our ability to remodel it was that it's not handicap accessible. And to put public office space in there is going to have to comply because it's a change of use.
Yep.
Into the lobby, is handicap accessible with the changes that we made a couple of, 5 years ago. But the main building itself, it would mean moving the interior walls. It forms a square on the inside, the load-bearing walls. And we'd have to adjust those and come up with that space. It's a cinder block type building. That's going to get.
Any event. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
All set?
I think so, yeah.
All right. I have a one-pager for you, so.
John, thank you.
You're running a little behind, so we're going to simplify it
Thank you, sir.
as best we can.
Thank you. Hello.
Last time, right? Last time.
And before I discuss our budget, I will just add that we did look at this whole space when we were doing the school, and 2 regulation soccer fields fit right here, along with 2 softball fields. So just mentioning that when you get to that point down the road. And it would make a beautiful, beautiful campus. Anyways, what's in your packet, just so that you received a couple of weeks ago, you had a narrative to the budget that we generally provide. It's on our website. We provide that when we do our budget overview to the community. So that's there. You also have 3 pages of numbers. The first page is what the 5-year look. Okay, so you get 3 years of actuals. You've got our current budget, and you have our projected budget by line item. And that's what typically goes in the advisory booklet at town meeting. You also have in your packet, I think, a couple of things that are important. One in particular for this year is the total of our grants by particular grant. And again, those when you look at Title I, Title II, IDEA, those are all federal grants. And if you have seen the President's proposed budget, that Title II grant is eliminated completely. So just keep that in mind in the proposed budget. However, most of the other grants are either state or even the other federal ones, like IDEA, which is a big one for us, appears to be left alone at this moment. So you see the amount of money that we receive for grants that helps our operating costs, as well as our revolving accounts, and these are our fees and tuitions that we collect. And altogether, between grants and fees and tuitions, it's about $3.5 million. So when we start talking about the budget that's approved at town meeting, that's only part of the story. And any negative impact to grants or fees and tuitions has to come out somewhere, because these fund necessary operating costs. So it's not a question of where these are extras, these are necessary operating costs. So I only mention that as a caution, and you do have those numbers. In this particular budget this year, we are proposing $36,120,900. This is a 3.3% increase over last fiscal year. Remember, last fiscal year, we were under 2% as an increase, so that was kind of a challenging year for us. The 3.3%, however, will enable us to maintain level service. And level service is basically the program that we have now rolled forward into next year. In the cost drivers in this budget is a 2.25% cost of living adjustment. We are in the final year of our collective bargaining agreements. We're entering that final year. So this is a negotiated amount that's in the contracts. And again, those contracts will all have to be renegotiated again in the next year. Step and level adjustments for faculty. I think you're all familiar with our step and level system. Mostly it's teachers who are moving step and level. A lot of our other personnel are at top step because they've been with us for a long time, such as bus drivers, paraprofessionals, secretaries, that sort of thing. It's mostly teachers that are moving along the step. One of the drivers in our budgets recently has been the out-of-district special education and transportation costs. It's interesting to note that over fiscal year 16, these numbers are up by 20%, and it's not a lot more students that are going out of district. As a matter of fact, we've been maintaining the same number. It is the cost of the programming. And again, this is driven by needs of children. This is not driven by anything we plan. It is driven by needs of children. And, we are legally and morally responsible for providing the best education for our children, whether it's in Scituate or whether it's somewhere else. So sometimes these numbers can be difficult to predict. And so they have gone up a little bit, We're fortunate in that we had circuit breaker reserves, and we were able to throw at it this year. Our circuit breaker reserves will be down, but our circuit breaker numbers from the state should be up because our tuitions were up this year. So it's constantly a balancing act, but again, we've been able to manage this budget, but in this particular year, it was challenging because of a couple of placements.
John, can I ask you a quick question? Last year, we talked about trying to bring those services in-house.
Yep.
Any movement in that direction?
We continue to do that, and so one of the interesting things, and I'll talk about it now, is that we have formed a partnership with the Norwell Public Schools because we have students who have a need for what is called a language-based classroom. That's a certain disability that's emerging more now. It's primarily a reading disability. We don't have enough students to have a program ourselves. Neither does Norwell. So what we're going to do is we're going to combine together. I worked this out with the superintendent of Norwell Public Schools. They will offer a middle school program because they have space in the teachers. We will offer an elementary program because we have space in the teachers, and we will charge each other just our own per pupil cost, just the per pupil cost of a regular child attending our schools. So whereas it might be around $14,000 as opposed to spending $50,000 or $60,000 for an out-of-district program. So that's some of the creative things that we're doing. We started a program this past year at Jenkins, a social-emotional program that is, again, kept 3 or 4 students in district that would have been out of district had we not started this program. So we're absolutely doing that. We're also bringing students from other districts who are tuitioning into our programs. So by starting special education programs in-house, we keep our children here at a lower cost. So,
well, that's the way to do it, by getting other people to come to our program.
Yeah.
You also have the time lag of the circuit breaker where...
It's 1 year after.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you have a big year, if you have a small year, it's going to come back and bite you.
Fortunately, we were able to manage it this year. Again, we had a couple of tuitions that were quite high, one that we didn't anticipate because it was simply somebody moving into the community, and we've talked about that before. Somebody moves in, they may never even enter our schools. They're already coming in with a placement. Family moves here, the placement transfers to us. So,
John, where's that elementary program being held?
Jenkins.
At Jenkins?
Yeah, Jenkins has the room right now because of the enrollment decline and the fact that 6th grade's moving out.
We transport to them, and then they transport
And they'll
their students
transport to
back.
us, yeah. And we use our own drivers for that, so we have our own vans and drivers that will transport locally. When we have to go long distance, we use the North River Collaborative to transport.
John, just a question. So the special ed outplacements, the number's gone up quite a bit, but yet the transportation's gone way down.
It's going down because I think using North River has helped.
Okay.
That's a collaborative, and what we were doing prior to using North River is we had independent contracts with, let's say, Bill's Taxis or some of the other, vans that you see going around the area. So what North River did is they were able to offer us a deal if we combined everything together, and some of the other towns are doing the same thing with them, and so they're providing transportation at a lower cost. So that's how we were able to lower our transportation
Significantly
costs.
lower, really.
Yeah, and again, we have to continue to look for ways when it comes to this, to be creative, and so that was one of the things that we did. Another thing that I want to mention, it's not necessarily a cost driver, but I mention it all the time because, we did absorb the leased buses into our budget. That used to be a capital item that you used to see just about every year, $90,000, $180,000 for buses, but that never kept up with the ability for us to replace our buses. We fell behind in the recession. So we ended up going out with a lease, and we took the entire lease on in our operational budget, which is about $162,000. I mean, we have the best fleet on the South Shore. We have a great fleet. It's the best way to go. But again, I mention it because we did absorb it into the budget, and it's, again, historically had been in the capital. This is our second year of have the buses on our operations. Next year will be the third. So we always mention that. We also are increasing our maintenance line to $50,000. That was never enough. $50,000 is probably not even quite enough. We're about $56,000 this year. The reason being is that we have aging facilities, particularly Hatherley and Cushing, and those buildings are requiring a lot more maintenance than they ever have before. We spent a lot of money, particularly at Hatherley this year, with replacing doors, replacing bathroom partitions, things that don't necessarily qualify as capital, but require us to spend money. And so the ongoing maintenance of those buildings is becoming a challenge. This $50,000, you'll probably see it even continue to creep upwards as we have to maintain aging buildings.
And I think it's a good point to note that John also submitted to remove the modules at Hatherley and Cushing in the capital plan this year, so it'll be nice to say goodbye to those ancient.
Well, an interesting thing,
Images of
yeah,
those-
our friends from South Shore
those
Voc,
schools.
our friends from South Shore Voc are actually going to take a look at those.
Oh, good.
And they could potentially reuse them. They have the ability to put some work into it with some cheap labor. And so they're going to look at them Friday for the possibility of taking them away, which would save us the cost of hauling those things out. So all we would then need is to spend the money to sort of refurbish what's left. But again, we're going to look at it Friday with them.
Awesome. I do have a question about your budget. Mr. Chair, are we at that point yet, or?
Sure.
Can you tell me, I was just going through your numbers, John, and, moving the sixth grade all into Gates, obviously, you think you're going to see a decline in most of the personnel at the elementary level. What's happening at Cushing? Why did that go up a little bit?
All right, so Cushing's carrying right now 2 extra teachers. They have, because in the shift, and we're still in the process of making the shift, so we basically have the middle school almost staffed. But it required teachers to move from the elementary to the middle, and in the other 3 schools, we were fine. In Cushing, not enough teachers moved, so we've got 2 teachers sitting in, we got too many teachers sitting in Cushing. We have 3 openings at Hatherley. So people are going to move from Cushing to Hatherley. So what you're going to see, when you see the final number, is you're going to see a shift of Cushing to Hatherley. Hatherley's numbers will go up a little bit more.
Yep.
Cushing's are going to come down. The other add to Cushing is we've added a 3rd full-day kindergarten classroom.
Oh, you did?
Yes, so that's the other add in Cushing.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any chance of getting out of one of the schools?
There is absolutely a chance of getting that. We could fit into 3 schools now. So the question is the when. We've got a demographic study that was in your packet. I shared that with you, so you can kind of get a sense of what we're looking at over the next 10 years. Our elementary population is going to slowly decline, continue to slowly decline, and then level off. And so the question will come whether or not the time is to make a move to sort of consolidate. We're getting to that point now. With recreation moving out of Jenkins, they're going to probably have 6 to 8 classrooms available, and we're repurposing some of those rooms already. So your newest and best building will have empty classrooms. That's never a good thing. So we have to look at redistricting, but we don't have enough students in some of the other schools to redistrict, and so you're kind of faced with a challenge. If you look at that demographic study, the 2 schools that are losing population the most are Jenkins still and Hatherley. So Hatherley is becoming a challenge to keep occupied. Their current first grade, I believe, has something like 33, or the first grade next year is going to have 33 students. Kindergarten's going to have 32. That's low.
That's the next superintendent's.
It's not my
First charge,
It's not my
right?
problem, but it's we have a committee now starting to work on it, committee of parents, administrators, school committee starting to look at this. They're going to make a recommendation to the school committee either at the end of this year or the beginning of next year on what to do next.
Right, well, if that apartment complex goes in,
And the thing about the demographic study, and when you read it, you'll find out that, they have to make assumptions. They make assumptions of the current situation at the time. One thing they will tell you, though, is that apartment complexes don't yield as many children as do single-family homes. And single-family homes are not being built at the rate they were in the 2001 to 2007 period in Scituate. We also have an aging population. Again, we've talked about this before. We have a population that tends to stay in place even when their children leave the nest. They tend to stay in place. And so, we don't have a lot of young families coming in. The other piece of that demographic study that's very interesting is look at the few number of people in the demographic range age from 20 to 35. Childbearing age for young families, that's your smallest population. And so that's another particular problem. Your replacement rate of children isn't what it needs to be. It's like 1.7, it needs to be 2.1 to keep up with the pace. And you're under because you don't have a younger female population in that 20 to 35 year range. So some people have to move out of town, open up some homes.
Excuse me.
So, but Situate's a wonderful place to live, and people don't want to leave, and, that's what happens, is, it kind of clogs it up a little bit, and of course, families are not having 4, 5, 6 children anymore, so it's 1 or 2, maybe 3. We talked about some of the savings. As this budget is not sustainable without retirements. We always count on those. If some year it doesn't happen, we're going to be cutting positions if we don't get retirements. So we have 6 retirements and 1 resignation, saving us about $250,000. They're all being replaced, but they're being replaced at a much cheaper rate. And so that's why we save there. We also cut back a little bit in staff at the middle school. It requires less staff in a middle school than it does to operate an elementary school. So grade 6 is less in a middle school than it is in a elementary. So a little bit of reduction in staff. Not a whole lot of layoffs, though. And we're finding positions for most people. Originally, we thought our layoffs could be up somewhere around the 9 range. It looks like it's going to be 3, maybe 4 tops. So, and it might not even be that high.
I have a question about the new Performing Arts Center. Just curious, what's the plan to manage that revenue? Is it going to be in like a revolving fund where the revenue that goes through that facility goes back into that facility for maintenance, and because it's going to have high-tech?
That's the way Duxbury does it. So basically what they do is they have a revolving account, and that revolving account pays for the maintenance and upkeep of their facility. It's 15 years old, but it's in great condition because they're spending the money to keep it up, not out of the operating budget, but out of the revolving account. So it helps to offset the cost. We're absorbing in our budget a position of a part-time tech director for the performing arts, because we need somebody to be in there to operate that place, supervise it when it's being used, because of the high-tech equipment. And that person obviously is going to be looking out for maintenance issues as well. But as we start to rent that facility out and generate revenue, it's best to keep it in a revolving account and use it to keep that facility in the condition it needs to be kept in.
So, excuse me, Nancy, how would that be done? Is that within the school bottom line budget, or is that a separate revolving account that's going to need to be established in the future, maybe at fall town meeting? I'm just not, just keep an eye on that.
It would be a separate revolving fund, and there are some revolving funds, including school building use, that are set up by statute, and they can use for that purpose. Not necessarily. I was just trying to bring it up. I have a listing of all the school building, all school revolvings, and some of them just exist by statute, and you can just
do it. Okay, good.
Okay.
Just curious. Thank you.
We are moving to 3-tiered busing next year. We currently run 2 tiers, middle and high school are on 1, all elementary on another. Next year, because the buses, we would need 2 additional buses if we tried to stay with 2 tiers because of the 6th graders. Just putting them on the middle high school buses would be requiring additional buses. We've decided to separate those for next year, so 6 through 8 will be 1 tier, 9 through 12 will be another, and the elementaries will continue all on 1 tier. So there'll be 3 instead of 2. It saves a little bit of money in terms of the fact that we don't need additional drivers, so it's not necessarily a net savings. It's just on our proposed budget, it was a savings. But this will also help us to sort of look at traffic patterns here too on this site, so that not everybody's coming at the same time, basically to see how it all works before we, if we ever do put them all back together again, that at least we'll have a handle on this site, because you are going to, if you put everybody here at once, that'd be a lot of traffic. And so it's probably wise that we keep them separate for now. So one of the things that I will mention that we're looking at the possibility, and people have asked me this for 5 years since I've been here, is with this new arrangement, we might be able to actually bring late buses back. People have asked me that every single year. Can we have late buses back for after-school activities? We've never been able to do it. If we go to 3 tiers with our current arrangement, we might be able to pull it off. So, no promises, just possibility.
Right.
Okay?
Great. When will you know that? Not until...
When we know that? Probably by the end of April.
Okay.
Yep. Moving superintendent's office, oh, by the way, we don't know in terms of the tiers, who's going first, who's going second, who's going third, so that's still in discussion, so that's subject for impact bargaining when you have to change start time, so that's still in discussions, but we'll figure it out. Most people think high school should go first, but, you know, education will tell you that they shouldn't go first.
last,
That's right.
Yeah, should go last.
Stay up the latest.
So that's, we're in discussions on that. We are going to move out of the Hatch building, the superintendent's office, because recreation is not going to be occupying the space over here, so we are coming back to their former space. That's being renovated right now as part of the project, and so that'll save us about $35,000 a year in annual ongoing costs for lease. And the second thing that we have is we have a small garage that we lease off the Driftway for when we need to work on our buses indoors. If, and this is a big if, when we need to, and we can use that garage over here, so it's a repurpose of that garage, we don't need it a lot, you know, we just need it when inclement weather hits and we've got to get a bus in to change oil or whatever. If we can get in there once in a while, that would save us $10,000. So, something to think about. We still have a few months to consider on that lease, but that would be good if we could move out of there as well. And we were also very aggressive with a copier contract, got some good quotes. We lease our copiers, so we save $30,000 with some really attractive bids and actually reducing the number of copiers. We're using a lot less paper than we used to because of moving to technology, and so we don't need as many copy machines as we used to have in the past. So I think that $30,000, you're going to continue to see that grow over the years as we have moved more to technology-based education. Just
John, one quick question. You touched on the FTEs. So overall, it's going to go down about 3?
Slightly 3. Yep. Overall, the overall
number is 3. And it's shifting teachers to different...
It's shifting to the middle school is really what it is, but in reality, too, you've got to think about the fact that you're losing population. So you're going to continue to see your FTE start to go down a little bit. That's going to be a natural thing that happens. As long as this enrollment decline continues, you're going to see that occur. It's a little more challenging to do it here because we're spread out across 4 elementary schools. If you were in 3, you could probably save an operating cost alone about $1 million, just because you're able to condense your resources across, and it's about $1 million savings or more. That's just in personnel. That's not even getting into facility savings. So, but because we have a 4-school model, it's more expensive to run that model.
John, just even with the savings, would that also enable you to expand certain subject areas or certain, you know, not just for saving the money, but expanding the...
It would enable you to do a couple of things. You could eliminate your fees.
Huge.
You could add programs, elementary world language that we would like to add that we can't add. So increasing counseling staff in the elementary schools, which we would like to do. Can't do. So it does get you the savings to reinvest in other things. And so, and again, if you ever look at a way of wiping out your fees, there it is.
That'd be huge.
So, opportunity is there. Couple of highlights. We talked a little bit about staffing in elementary. Our class sizes are fantastic. If you saw the chart that we sent you in the packet, we're averaging 17 students per elementary classroom. That's phenomenal. When you invest in early education and you put those low class sizes there, you are going to reap those benefits for years to come. And so that's really consistent. We've been driving that number down for the last 5 years, and this is the best we've been. So that's some of the good news out of this. We've been able to do that. We successfully transferred grade 6 to the middle school. That was no easy job, but we did it. Had a lot of support from the Scituate Teachers Association to make this happen. We worked very collaboratively together. We've added a full-day kindergarten classroom to Cushing, as we mentioned, which is making a lot of parents very, very happy. We added additional teacher at Hadley to reduce class size in grade 5. We added a custodian at the high school Gates complex because it's a bigger complex. We've added the Performing Arts Center and additional square footage. We've got 32,000 more square feet now in that new building than we had at Gates. So, we need an additional custodian to keep that building up to date. So we're able to do that in this budget. As I mentioned earlier, this is the collaboration with Norwell, language-based special education classroom. We've added Mandarin Chinese to the middle school. We have it at the high school. We've added it to the middle school. So now even sixth graders will be getting language at the middle school by moving there. And we've added Mandarin Chinese, so we now have 4 languages in our middle school, which is, again, it's great. I mean, it's not too many middle schools can say that. Materials and supplies are funded very adequately at $200 per pupil. That's more than the average of the last 3 years, so we're able to make sure that everybody has the supplies they need to operate in our schools, which is important. High school is adding a .2 world language teacher and a .4 psychologist, and I'll just end with a couple of concerns. About $845,000 in federal grants. We got to keep an eye on this because these fund people that are in our budget, and if we don't get the grant money, those people are important. We got to figure out a way to get them out of our budget, which things get cut. So just keep an eye on that. And like I said earlier, Title IIA, which is primarily teacher professional development, has been zeroed out. We get about $42,000, and that's been zeroed out in the proposed budget by the president. Volatility of special education funding, I keep mentioning that because that changes from month to month. So some months are better than others, but hopefully we stay level right now. The unplanned expenses at aging facilities, and we did have a few positions that we still can't restore that we lost from last year's FY17 tight budget. So, but all in all, I think we've got a very solid budget. We've got a great educational program going here. Kids are getting a great education, low class sizes, great programs. I mean, everything is moving forward, and that building is going to be absolutely phenomenal.
I just want to say thank you, John. I know it's your last time before us.
Everything's my last thing.
I know, but you certainly have delivered a terrific educational system to our kids. And how long have you been here?
5 years.
5 years. I thought the last 5 years has been, your kids just going through the high school, but the matriculation rate to great colleges just keeps getting better and better. You were tasked with getting this town a new middle school, and you did it. So thank you.
It's been a great experience. It's been a wonderful community to work in. You'll see me again, but it's been a wonderful community, and I will say this: it's very nice to speak to a board that supports education.
So let me ask you, thank you, John. One of the questions I have now that you don't have to worry, because what do you foresee that are the biggest challenges for us?
Biggest challenge is
going forward to deal with.
Yeah, I think number one, I think aging facilities of Cushing and Hadley. I think probably you've got within 5 years to make a decision on what you're going to do there.
Okay.
It doesn't mean you have to build something new in 5 years. It seems you just have to make a decision, because to build a building, I mean that building from the time it started to now is about a 6 to 7 year process. So it takes time to get to that point. And MSBA just came out and did a study of all of our schools, and we'll be getting a ranking pretty soon, and that's how they determine who's next in line. And so they rank schools 1, 2, 3, 4. My guess is Cushing and Hadley are probably going to move to 3s. They were 2s last time they did this study, which was about 6 years ago. They're probably going to move to 3s. Gates was a 3. So I don't know what a 4 looks like. I wouldn't want to see a 4, but so I think the aging facility is number one.
Okay.
But even before that, you're going to have to decide, are you going to fit in 3 or are you going to stay in 4? And that's a big decision for the community, because everybody loves their neighborhood elementary school. And you've got your best facility, like I said, at Jenkins, and that's going to be underutilized. And so that has to be dealt with. So whether it's redistricting, whether it's closing a school, I think that's probably, those are 1 and 1A, in my opinion, of what needs to be dealt with.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you also for your time. I'll tell you, it's been a pleasure from the board as chair and vice chair, working with you and obviously with the town side. Hate to see you leave, but I understand the reasons for moving on. But
South Carolina.
Appreciate it very much.
South Carolina, grandchildren, there's a few things that are pulling me away.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
One second, John. Mike?
Yes, sir.
Just one quick thing I wanted to say, again, with John. retiring and how fortunate the school committee has been. And the school committee has been to, with the selectmen, who all care about education. One of the most important things I think that has occurred over the last 2 years is the relationship that John has been able to forge with Trish, and the mutual respect there has been a huge benefit to the school system. And I think that's very important. And that's one of John's strengths for him to do that. So
Let's keep that going, too.
They have both together worked towards education and making education better in Scituate. I think they've done that.
Very well put. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, John.
Moving on to some budgets, Treasurer Collector Pam, health insurance, pension, FICA, debt and interest, and tax foreclosure, in that order.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Hey, Pam.
My budgets aren't quite as exciting as all the other things we discussed tonight, but I think they're pretty important.
Very equally as important.
They are.
Don't worry.
So I don't know what you'd like me to start at. I was hoping someone else would review a budget similar to mine this evening, but they didn't. So how would you like me to go about, where would you like me to start?
Let's start.
Do you want me to read an mission statement, or what would you like me to do?
Do you want to do your... Why don't you just highlight the things that you've
Okay.
done this year, only because of timing,
Yeah, exactly. So I'll start with the treasurer collector budget, which is 145.
No, it's on mine.
Thank you.
What number is it?
145.
So we have, of course, I think the big thing in our budget is that the big thing that we're doing now, all know that we have a munis conversion. So besides doing our normal work, we're also doing a conversion, which is probably 90% my department. I have a great staff. They've worked hard. Tricia and Nancy have also worked really hard with me to make sure that we have the right tools to get it done. So I think that some of my accomplishments this year, we continue to reconcile every month with Nancy's department. Been done. We stay open late again on tax due dates for the public. I have an open door policy in my office for any resident that needs to come to see me. They don't require an appointment. They just can come in and see me anytime they want. And I have a lot of people that do that. I've worked really hard on tax title this year. When I came here, there was about $3 million in tax title. And right now, there's only $600,000 as a balance.
Wow.
Already this year, I've collected $700,000 in tax title. So definitely helps the bottom line and the free cash and all that good stuff. Payroll security, we work really hard on that in our department as we get more along and with the munis conversion for payroll. We'll be updating that policy a little bit more. Hopefully we won't have a lot of checks going out. Right now, I make everybody come and pick up their checks. Even if it's direct deposit, they just get a paper check. Hopefully, we hope to go paperless, but that's something that will have to be negotiated in the union. So with going with payroll, there's going to be added responsibilities in my office. And I think that, I know I already kind of said that, but I think it has to be stressed. Definitely, Tricia and Nancy are definitely working with us to get us the training we need and the staffing. But it's definitely brought more responsibilities into the treasurer collector's office because the last payroll system we had was really an outsourced payroll. This is an in-house payroll. But as we get along further in the munis process, I think that everything's going to work great. We get a great attitude, and again, my staff's great. I want to say that both Julie got her certification as an assistant collector last year. This year, I got my certification. So now I'll work on the collector's end. So that's about it in the treasurer's budget. As far as goals for FY18, work hard on tax title, as I always do, but I think my big goal is munis. So, and that's pretty much what I'm going to have to concentrate on, besides the regular work. So any questions on my budget? It's mostly personal services, makes up a big deal in my budget. And, the postage is now all in my budget. It started that way in FY7, this is the first year, FY17. But...
So your 2017 was $359,753. And your request this year, $367,233. Town administrator recommendation is $348,372.
Correct.
And you have one vacant position?
I do. Currently, though, it's being advertised. I believe it was put on the website last week. The job description is going to be half counter and customer service end, and the other half of the hours is going to be as a backup payroll person to the person that does payroll now. And it was a 30-hour position. It's now going to be a 35-hour position, which I'm very thankful for. So thank you. Thank you, Trish.
It says 20 in here.
Yeah, that's changing.
It's going to get updated, okay.
Next week, you'll have some reconciliation since you did the original budget. There's some cash that needs to be reallocated, and some stuff we didn't know January 4th that now we know March 28th.
Beautification.
Yes,
Flowers.
Tom.
There you go.
Yes, Tom. Bell today.
So,
Right.
are we
We'll
good
move on
with
to
any
health?
budgets
That's good.
for that?
Yep. Thank you. Now the next one. Which budget's?
Do you mind if we go to tax foreclosure? It's 158, and then you don't have to
To
move.
the next
so-
one in line? Perfect. I even like your style. Good.
So again, I pretty much already said this, it's level funded budget, it's $39,000. I use this to do my collections from outstanding taxes. This year, FY17 already, we've had 4 foreclosures on homes, and they've been redeemed at the end. The
Perfect.
town doesn't want to take anybody's home away. All I ask going forward is come see me. I now have 27 payment plans, and I have about 7 people now going the court process. So, I'm really open to whatever you can do, anywhere from $50 a week to whatever you can do. As long as you don't ignore me and work with me, we're good. And I think that's what myself and the board's opinion has been the whole time. Thank you. So again, to date, I've collected $697,000 in tax title for FY17 already. Because I've been so aggressive, I don't know if I'll make my budget number, my goal for FY18, but we'll see. Because there's not much there to collect now.
That's a good problem. Right.
Absolutely. So, do you mind if you don't have any questions, can we go to debt now?
Absolutely.
Sure. Which is 720. And, as you know, we speak often of debt. We're trying to keep it level. Our debt number's level. We are still doing short-term borrowing because we have been able to keep the AA+ rating. And our rates for short-term borrowing are still really well received in the market. Going forward, we probably would do, depending on how the budgets are rolling in my discussion with our financial advisors and Nancy Holt and Tricia, going forward, we probably would do a bond until maybe FY19. We're trying to avoid any principal payments. So, I think our short-term borrowing has been good, and the department heads are definitely working with me to tell me when they want when they need the money, instead of prolonging the process. So, debt's always the big thing with all these big projects, but as you know, Widows Walk debt's gonna knock off this year, and a couple other sewer projects will fall off in the next couple of years.
So of the number in the budget, how much it is just the general fund?
For
'Cause
FY '18, it's just $400,000.
$400,000,
New borrowing.
right. What's the principal and interest expense for, without enterprise, without override, without just,
In the forecast, it's 1.5 million, and the difference is the debt exclusions.
so it is 1.5 million?
And we're generally, for the last 6 years, have been between 1.1 and 1.5. Really.
So that's what we gauge how much money we can spend on the capital plan, based on what falls off the debt tables. Of course, I don't want to get into the situation where we're pushing all this stuff off to 2019 when we have to start paying principal for huge amounts. So that's obviously in the forecast as well. But
Yeah, we'll look at it in FY '18. Who knows, maybe, we haven't put off definitely doing a bond in '18, but right now with these projects...
what's the ban total?
I just did the ban that we just did now, it was $12 million. So
That
the
seems high.
one I just approved, yeah, it's a short-term borrowing ban, but we'll bring it all in with some other items and do our bigger borrowing. It'll be a big borrowing.
But what's our typical ban? Isn't that high for, isn't it usually about a couple million? So now we have,
1.9,
Yeah,
7.
and 7.
well, is it 9, 7 like this, or 9, 7?
She's got the other half of the ESCO, she's got the phase 3 of the water project's portion of that. So she's got some larger ticket items that are in that ban.
Yeah, I guess I look at the enterprise funds separately.
Yeah, no, most of that is enterprise fund.
Right.
And like I said, for FY '18, your general fund borrowing is only, I think, for roads.
Yeah, so we're constantly looking at the debt, the three of us. And again, every time we have to go to do a ban or a bond, we are getting a rating. So whatever we can do to make the financial team positive moving forward, our goal is to be AAA at some point. But again, the OPEB, I always have to mention the ghost in the room, unfunded liability for our OPEB funds. It seems to be the one thing that brings us down, but...
We're doing great. We got a great bond rating.
We do. AA plus is nothing to,
We get great interest rates.
We do.
You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you. Any other questions on debt?
No? What do you want to move on to now?
910, non-contrib. This is our one person that we have to plan for his retirement. Pay him his retirement because he existed before Plymouth County Retirement did. We have one gentleman left, and this is what he gets paid for a cost of living raise. And it is what it is, and...
How did we figure that out, the cost of living? I mean, just the COLA, was that what was agreed to prior to? I mean, is this individual getting the short end of the stick as compared if he or she were...
No, it's also voted on in Plymouth County Retirement.
I just want to make sure they're not getting taken advantage of,
Well, he got a 3% increase over last year. And
2740 to 27,460.
God love Mr. Patterson.
Oh, is it Mr. Patterson?
It is.
So what was it, 1986 if you were employee before that? 74? So right?
Okay. Now, 911, please, Plymouth County Retirement.
Slight Slightly larger.
So, as you know, their unfunded liability, a couple of years ago, the towns were all called in and told that we expect an 8% increase over the previous year every year. Well, obviously, that has not happened. In FY17, we had a 5.6% increase over the previous year, and in FY18, we are only getting a 3.6% increase. They had a very good assessment, and they lowered our rate. Going forward, we've been told to do the 8% again. So we'll see what happens. I know that the advisory committee has asked them to come in and speak with them. I will be at that meeting this Thursday night. So hopefully we'll get some answers going forward, but it pretty much is what it is, and instead of breaking up, they give us an option to break up the payments into 2 payments, but Scituate has for the last, I think they started it before I got here, pay it all at once, and we will save, $80,000.
Great. Not much to discuss.
Okay, and
Well,
now-
just maybe people want to know the total. This budget item is $4,620,000. It's our largest single item line in the budget.
And the next, if you would please, is 914, the health insurance. Again, as everybody knows, the town of Scituate in FY18 is transitioning from Mayflower Municipal Health Group to Maya. We've started the process already in my department. Maya has been nothing but cooperative, helpful. So far, it's gone excellent. I really have no complaints. They are constantly in contact with us. There's correspondence every day between myself, Julie, and the people at Maya. We ran 3 informative sessions already for our retirees, which were very positive. It was taken very positive. We will have another one for our retirees coming up April 20th, and we'd like everybody to come. We're hoping the snowbirds might be drifting back to Scituate by then. And we also had one for our active people last week, which again was well received. I think again, the people out there that are on Harvard Pilgrim plans really should contact my office to get acclimated on the new policies going forward. Again, Maya has come up with a plan that, the people that were on Harvard Pilgrim, they don't offer Harvard Pilgrim in Maya. That transition is going to be just about what they had before. They gave a great meeting last week, and if you weren't there, you really missed out, if you're a Harvard Pilgrim person. So we have all the information in my office. It's all on our website, so please do that. So again, this is a high budgeted item for the town, but it is what it is.
I retract my previous statement. This is the highest one line.
Yeah.
This is $5.86 million. The other one was only 4 point. So this is the health insurance for the town employees. And the retirees.
So, last but not least, is 916 federal taxes. And in FY18, we're predicting a 4% increase to cover step increases, cost of living increases, new hires, what have you.
And that's $695,155.
Correct. And I am finished unless you have any questions.
Thank you.
Nope.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break before we go on.
Where's the It takes them 2 weeks to...
If we could just have some quiet, please, because I want to try and move through this as quickly as we can. So next, we're going to do some projects from the, and some rescissions from the Community Preservation Act Committee. We have Karen Connolly, the chair. I did meet with Karen the other day and went through all of these, so I really don't have any questions. I'm sure everybody will. And we'll leave it with Karen.
Thank you.
One question, Mike?
I asked a lot of questions.
Yes, and I think I talked to each of the selectmen, ran through things, because we have a very long list and wanted to familiarize everyone with what we had on our plate. Did you have a question, Tony, before I start?
No, I'm just looking for the right page.
Oh, right here, page...
I'd just like to summarize by saying we are recommending 11 applications to go forward to town meeting. The total cost, if all of them were funded, is $2,466,000, which is much more than we've spent since I've been on CPC. This is my 4th year. But there's a reason for it. There are a couple of fairly substantial projects, one of which in particular, I think we're very anxious to try to move forward because it's in a category that we have not had much success in before. So, what I would like to do, if you don't mind, is I'd just like to briefly describe each application, and then if you have questions about any of them and I can't answer it quickly, half of the audience here is from the applicants. And I have to say, the applicants work very hard to get their applications approved. They have to go through many boards and committees depending on the application itself, and I appreciate their patience. Many of the applicants we've had to have in more than 1 time, 2 times, sometimes 3 times. Some of them started back in the summer and have been progressing. There are some different numbers than might have been on some of the original applications, because after meeting with various boards and committees, they realized that their budgets weren't big enough and that they had to account for things that, if they hadn't gone to these boards and committees, they would have been hit with those requests after the funding. So better to know in advance what your requirements will be. We're especially careful this year about the Americans for Disability Act issues, and so we've made sure that anything that had anything to do with a disability access question, that we took care of it, and we had the applicants take care of it. So I do appreciate all of their hard work. So with that said, I think you've seen the dog park plans before. The dog park, quite simply, will be a park for big dogs and small dogs, and it will be right across from the golf course. If you're looking at Go Green, it's right, I guess that would be south of Go Green. And I have to say that applicant has had to work particularly hard because there are a lot of issues related to parking and where the location is and conservation land, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the interesting thing about that is the total project cost is in the neighborhood of $300,000, but they're requesting from us $48,700. The bulk of the money will come from the Stanton Foundation, which in the past has basically, if you can come up with a decent dog park proposal, they'd fund it pretty much without asking. They've changed their rules this year, and so it's a competitive grant-making process this year. I think, based on all the work that the Friends of the Scituate Dog Park have done, especially Adrian Rolls, we have a really excellent proposal. So I feel that, given all the work that's been done on it, we have a good chance of being competitive. But we won't know until they go through the grant process. But we won't have to spend any of the CPC money unless they get the grant. So it's really, we won't lose anything if they don't get the grant.
Karen, quick question. You said
Yes.
accessible. Is it going to be accessible from the parking lot to the park for people with disabilities to be able to get there?
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks.
Beach mats and beach boardwalk. These are the result of the Beach Commission, which is a fairly new commission in town, did a survey, I don't know, I think it was the summer before last, when they first got their charge to, work on the beaches. And one of the major issues that came up was accessibility. And so Nancy Fay has worked very hard finding solutions for how we can make the beaches more accessible. And again, that budget went up substantially from the very beginning until until tonight, simply because of the handicap access issues, making sure that everything is in compliance, making sure that, it's done the right way, because the last thing we want to do is spend money and then turn around and have to find out that, we didn't do it the right way. So Nancy, again, has also worked very hard on that. And the beach mats are simply these plastic mats that roll out. So you roll them out in the summer, and then you roll them back up in the winter, and you store them. The boardwalk was necessary for Egypt Beach because of the cobble, and so that's a much more expensive proposition. But again, that boardwalk is in very bad shape, and it does need to be handicapped accessible. So those are all things worth doing, and I think it's nice that we're doing something in Hummerock as well as down in Egypt and some of the other places that we haven't been to.
Quick question, Karen?
Yes.
I know the train canopy, that was considered, but are they going back to the
Yes,
drawing board?
that was considered, but just the engineering questions alone were so enormous. I don't know if you saw it on the site. I don't think we took it down, but they were planning on using, I don't know whether you call them trestles, but if you're looking down at the train canopy down in North Situate, they had some extra structures, those metal things.
They're down at the dump.
And they're
down
down, I went to see them at the dump as well. Yeah, they're down at the dump. They're incredibly big, heavy things, so it just seemed as though it was better to withdraw that application and, let them come back to us if and when.
I'm only asking because I think it's a great idea of trying to reuse the canopy in some capacity near the beach, and I think, I know they were looking at Egypt, I think it was. Where was it?
I can't remember which beaches, but I just knew we had all kinds of questions related to just physically, how could you do it? Could it be done? Would it be better to use, to get portable? We went through a lot of discussions about that, but...
Looks good.
Maybe-
Beach Commission doing this, I think, is a
Maybe
great
for another
thing
day. The Beach Commission's been great to work with.
Karen, are there any materials other than what we have right here to look at? I mean, we've talked about all the projects, but I haven't seen the plan to the dog park.
Yes, every applicant is here, so if you'll just let me go through.
Oh, sure, and then we'll see the...
And then
okay.
you tell me who you'd like to come up and show. I know Nancy's here with the beach mat and the boardwalk material.
So you just want to summarize it first?
Yeah, and that way, if there are some projects that are simple and don't need, we were at advisory committee for 2 hours the other night, so I'd like to spare you that if I could.
And the detail is all on the CPC website on the left column.
Yeah. But there are some things that I'm sure you'd like to see the plan, and that's why every applicant is either here or sent a representative, so...
Great.
The Cedar Point benches and the stationary trash receptacles, that was the Cedar Point Beach Association application. As you all know, the lighthouse is one of our most photographed, iconic places in town. If you go down there and look, the benches are, what's left of them are a mess. The trash receptacles are frankly disgraceful. So Lorraine Devon worked with the Beach Association at Cedar Point and Dave Ball, and they came in with some suggestions for some benches that will be stationary, as well as the trash receptacles. We did get a request from the Beach Association for trash receptacles that are movable. We can't pay for those. We can only pay for something that's actually sort of bolted to the ground. So if you go down to in back of the Welch Company, that parking lot, those are the types of stationary receptacles that we can pay for. So that seemed like it was a good idea, and I know that Lorraine's already gotten a request for someone to buy, I skipped over Glades Road, sorry, to buy one of the benches, which reduced that request to $17,378. So, who knows, maybe she'll get some more requests.
Oh, as a donation? That's nice.
Yes, yeah.
It's great.
So, sorry for skipping the Glades Road Pocket Park. They too have worked very, very hard. That request came in from the North Scituate Beach Association, and they're contributing $5,000 to this project. That project is located, I call it where Suzanne's Guest House used to be. It's that end of the beach near Henry Turner Bailey Road. There's actually what kind of looks like a park there now with some benches that are made out of granite, but it's been abandoned because the ocean was undermining the actual location. So the North Situate Beach Association, Leslie Donnell and Leslie Brigham did some very hard work, went and met with the Conservation Commission and with DPW to see, what could be done to make that more attractive. And they'll be paying for the plantings, we'll be paying for the hardscape. And, I think if you look at, we haven't spent a lot of money in the North Situate Minot area either. So, and I think it would be a very attractive, small pocket park right there. So that's been, and they've met with all the various committees as well.
Is it that, oh, wait.
It's all right.
Go ahead. No.
If it's a simple question, I can answer, great.
Is it that section that's right near that little second parking lot down the end? That
Yes.
little section in front?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The original application came in for two parts, and we just couldn't see to do both ends, so, but maybe another day. Central Fields Rehabilitation, that is supplemental to 2013 funding, which I believe was in the neighborhood of $139,000. That money had not been spent yet. In the intervening years, obviously, costs have gone up, et cetera, et cetera. The money that we're requesting will allow them to rehabilitate 2 softball fields at Central Field. So one's near the library and one's at the other end. And then you've got this regular field, the soccer field in the middle. Roach Field improvements, this is another application, this was by the Scituate Little League. Dan Fennelly also has worked very hard. He's had numerous meetings with the planning board, with conservation, with traffic rules and regulations. He also had a meeting with the abutters to the project. And believe it or not, there were people who had some issues, and Dan was able to work with them to work them out and make the project better. Essentially, the idea of the project is to increase the parking at Roach Field. Anyone who's ever had a kid play Little League in this town knows that at Roach Field, people are parked up and down Beaver Dam Road, and it's simply dangerous. So hopefully, with the addition of additional parking spots and fixing the existing parking lot to fit more cars in, that will alleviate the parking problem down there. And again, I commend Dan for all the hard work he did on that. The Clap Road Athletic Field Study, as you know, is sponsored by the Board of Selectmen through Trish, and that is a request to study the possibility of putting fields on town-owned land off of Clap Road across 3A on the west side. This is simply a request to study it. Whether or not it's feasible, that will be determined by the study, and that's the only point of this, is to figure out what, if anything, in terms of fields we might be able to do with town-owned land on Clap Road. The Documents and Photo Preservation Historical Society, those are to preserve some books of genealogy, Lawson photos, and documents from the Bates ladies, the Bates girls, and the pilot boat Columbia. I think you're very familiar with the fact that we're working hard in this town to preserve as many documents as we can that are of historical nature, and the Historical Society does a wonderful job, and Mary Porter's done a great job on that project, and she has some show and tell if you'd like, or she can give you more information than I certainly can. The Man House Roof Historical Society, as you know, that roof is in need of replacement. And so I think that's pretty clear we're allowed to do that. The restoration of 2 plaques, also from the Historical Society, that is to repair a plaque that is at the end of the Edward Foster Road Bridge. It's a veterans plaque in honor of, I don't know, World War I maybe? I don't know.
It's World War I. It's an Art Nouveau kind of bronze plaque that's literally inset into the bridge. It's actually it's beautiful, actually. It's a nice bronze.
Yeah, and there's another plaque, the Timothy Hatherley plaque over on Hatherley Road that's in a rock as well, and that also needs to be repaired, restored. Much like the William Cushing plaque that is down at Greenbush, that project they'll actually make a mold so that they may decide not to not put the original bronze plaque back. They may put a replica. You probably don't know that the plaque down at the Cushing plaque now is a replica. It's not the real bronze plaque. Bronze is stolen and valuable, so it may be that they decide to put a replica in to both of those places. But So I think you can just go down there and see. And the Historical Society is very good at their estimates. If you'll, when I get to the rescission page, you'll see that there's usually $10 left in their account. Obviously, the big expenditure this year that we are recommending is the Lawson Green Affordable Housing. That will be 30 units of housing, affordable housing for people 55 and over, with Scituate residents being given preference. It will be in back of the current central school housing, near the library, in the shadow of the Lawson Tower. I know that applicant has been to you before to talk about that application. Obviously, it's a big amount of money, it's complicated, so I suspect you will have questions about that, and we have two representatives here tonight. Now, we are contributing, if town meeting agrees, $900,000 from the Housing Reserve Fund, plus $1 million from the undesignated fund from CPC, plus $600,000 from the Affordable Housing Trust, which was funded with CPC money. So the total town commitment, money-wise, is $2.5 million, plus the land that we currently own that we will turn over to the developer. The developer will own the project. They will own it. What we are essentially buying with CPC money is affordable rentals forever, in perpetuity, eternally, whatever word you want to use. So essentially, that's what we're buying. We're buying affordable housing for our citizens over 55 forever. And the good news is, by turning it over to a developer, they're responsible for all the maintenance, all the upkeep, everything to do with keeping that building habitable, attractive, and forever for affordable housing. So...
is that the total cost?
No. No, the total cost is in $8.2 million or $8.3 million. So the rest of it will be for the developer to raise money, to contribute money to, and again, I think that's an area where if you want to get into the, what the developer is contributing, how he's financing it, I'm glad to have them come up.
Great.
So, the last two items, the conservation restrictions, we were here about a month or 2 months ago and got your approval to proceed with the Wildlands Trust out of Plymouth for them to hold the conservation restrictions. The total amount of money for on a one-time basis for them to hold the restrictions, we're also into forever here, is $88,570. That would come from the Open Space Fund. This will cover approximately 380 to 390 acres of land that CPC has purchased, and it is a requirement by the CPA law that we have conservation restrictions on all that property, and the conservation restrictions must be held by a third party. We can't hold our own. Someone else has to do it. And by taking on those restrictions, they're essentially promising every year to come visit all of our properties and make sure that they are not being, used for purposes that they're not meant to be, that anything that we do with it is within the bounds of the restrictions that they hold. Again, you'll have a chance to review those restrictions before anyone signs anything, and you will be the people who sign it, and I also believe the Conservation Commission will have to sign it. The Conservation Commission will still be in charge of the land, they'll still manage the land, but this is just a requirement of the CPA that we have conservation restrictions. I know it sounds like a lot of money on a one-time basis, but, this is a problem that a lot of towns are facing, that finding people to hold conservation restrictions, so it's taken us a while, but I think on a one-time basis, we now know, I sort of looked and did the math, it comes out to about $233 per acre, one time, to make sure that we're in total compliance with the law. And then finally, last year, we neglected to include closing costs for the Maxwell and Hennessy purchases. Neither one of those is closed, so we haven't incurred any legal costs for closing, but when and if they do occur, we need to have that money to be able to pay for the closing costs. We thought we might be able to do it through the administrative budget of CPC, but Nancy Holt tells us we can't, and I believe her. So, I think you probably have some questions about individual projects, so if you want to let me know who you'd like to...
Just all of them.
Okay.
Who has a picture of the dog park?
Adrian?
I saw it early, but...
This is the latest. So we are endeavoring to make this the first ADA compliant dog park in the state of Massachusetts. So a number of improvements to the wide exits in the back, and the front exit will be ADA compliant. Parking spaces to which are asphalt and lined.
These aren't the parking spots.
It is slightly clear, Tony, it drops off on the side of that
Right, the bike
walk.
path that comes
Yeah,
out.
it's a little clearing down there.
Are we cutting out a lot of trees?
Trees down, we're gonna save what we can, but mostly it's all scrub anyway, in that area.
What does it have with regards to light and water?
We're using solar lights that will be shut off at dusk, or just a little bit after dusk.
Okay.
And water is going to be, they are sensor devices, so that when you put the bowl under it, it'll turn on, so there's no way for people to leave it running. You can just turn on for a short period of time. And for the wash, it's a wash rack for the dogs, which is also ADA compliant, which will allow for a wheelchair to get in and close behind so that the dog is secure, like, say, for example, if they have a large dog. And it will also be a auto sensor type device for washing the dog. And we will turn the water off at times of high drought and listen to what the town advises to do on that.
And in the fall, so it doesn't freeze.
Exactly, right, so it's not really going to be on all that often.
And who will do all this work for you?
As
You're
far
gonna put it out
as...
to bid, or, is there a
We'll
certain
have to put out
type of
for bid.
contractor that does this type of work?
I
It's a
have
new
a
park for us.
contractor that helped me with the budget for this now, so I hope he will be considered for the bid, but I believe we have to put it out for 3.
Yeah, usually do.
Okay.
As far as the lighting and stuff, as far as the shutting off, is it going to be a committee or something, or, you said manually shut off at dusk?
Right, so what happens is, it's a device, it's called a Ballard, and you've probably seen them at walkways, and I've spoken with the manufacturer. And they say that they can put a factory-installed device that will let me manually adjust it. But again, because it's just solar, you can't do it as a timer. So it's just going to be X number of minutes past dusk. And then we'll just adjust it, throughout the year.
Okay,
They also said that by the time this summer rolls around, they feel they will have one that's one more step up, that we won't have to manually adjust it. So it's just going to depend on when that becomes available.
I should mention the Friends of Scituate Dog Park are paying for the maintenance of the park.
Excuse me.
So that's part of the application, and it will be part of the document that they sign with CPC, that they will be responsible for maintenance, because we've been concerned about putting more and more things on DPW. So most of our projects include the fact that the applicant will take care of maintenance.
But that won't include like daily removal of
Cutting the grass?
trash and...
Yes, I have, we have contractors that have bid,
Right.
and we have a quote in our packet, which is going to be submitted to the Planning Board Committee in about a month. So all of our contractors have given us a quote, because they want to see the success of the dog park. They've bid it well under retail.
That's nice.
My kids would be cheaper.
And can you tell us, the project's $300,000, and you have the ability to get that large of a grant? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
That's awesome. That's great.
Unfortunately for Adrian, they changed the rules this year. They used to just give anyone money.
Exactly.
And now it's competitive, but I feel as though all the work that's been done on this, Adrian went to the planning board, I think they sent back a letter that was 3 pages of notes about what had to be done and how it had to be done, and so it's a very thorough project.
At the rec meeting, you talked a little bit about it. I had seen it, and it was just a family that really is passionate about dogs.
Yes.
Something like
Yes.
private organization.
Really passionate, apparently.
What do you, if this goes forward, what do you see happening with dogs at Widows Walk?
Well, it gives them an opportunity to go to a safe place to run. Because Widows Walk, if they're off leash, they get lost. They can get into a fight, but that can happen anywhere. They can get eaten by a coyote. There's a number of things. They can run into traffic. So this gives people the opportunity for a safe place for your dog to get his yayas out and run around with his hair on fire.
How many acres altogether?
It's a total of 2 acres. 1 full acre is the large dog park and a half acre for the small dog park. And the rest is buffer in the parking.
Right.
It's nice.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this.
Well, oh, yes, of course, 100% fence, 6 foot black vinyl chain link.
6, well,
Yeah, it's all about the safety for
It's
the
good, my
dogs.
dog can't jump.
But it kind of goes down from the bike
It's
path.
going to be level,
No, but it's down, I mean, off the street level, doesn't it? Dip
It
right
does
there?
drop off, right?
Yeah.
It does, right.
right, yes.
So it's not like you're going to have a 6-foot fence on the road line? Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank you.
questions?
No. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you,
Okay,
Adrian.
Thank you for your time.
Long overdue in this town.
She's worked hard for this. Nancy Fay, could you come up with your show and tell? Nancy came in, she thought this was going to be easy, didn't you, Nancy?
I did.
It hasn't been.
I did. This is the beach mat. It's 100% recycled. It's used on,
Pass this around. We'll touch it.
it's used on all the Cape Cod National seashores, and it's, NBC uses it. It basically just adheres down into the sand. So it will go in Minot, Humrock, Peggotty, and there'll be 2 at Sand Hills.
Whose responsibility will it be to lay it? Does it get laid down every day, or just laid down at the beginning of the
Laid down at the
season?
beginning of the season,
okay.
and the only maintenance is with a leaf blower, just to blow off the sand if necessary, and that's it. And it's a light enough material that it just rolls up, and you can secure it with a strap.
And we'll store it at rec?
We haven't decided where we're storing it yet, but DPW will figure out.
Can I see it again, Nancy?
Sure, absolutely.
How wide is it?
6.5 feet.
Oh, is it? Great.
And the one
it's-
in Humrock, Peggotty, Minot will be 6.5 feet wide by 120 feet long. Then there'll be a platform at the end, which will be 6.5 feet wide by 16 feet long, so that a couple wheelchairs can go back and forth.
Down by the water.
No, it's going to go right, like at mine, it'll go between where the post office is, straight up there, and then the platform will be there, so if people want to come from the road to go up and maybe put a couple wheelchairs or sit there to watch the water, they can. And the same with Humrock and Peggotty. And there'll be 2 at Sand Hills that will just be 82 feet long.
How do you deal with the ramp at Peggotty?
We're going to keep that concrete ramp, so we'll have 2. We'll have 2.
Nancy, is that plastic and metal, or is it?
No, it's all plastic. It's 100% recycled plastic, and we want to use the ADA, and different colors are for the sight impaired. So you have the light colors, the dark colors, and then we will be putting, no, with this, that's all for the beach mats.
Fire resistant?
I don't know, good question.
I saw you at the rec meeting, I'm just thinking fire resistant, I would hate to see,
make sure it's
I know we don't have fireworks on the beach.
Yeah, no, I'll find out.
Yeah.
I'll find out. Nobody's brought that question up.
Just,
So is somebody going to be clearing it off daily? I imagine the wind's going to blow sand on
I don't think it will need to be done daily, but if it does, the beach commission will be helping out, and
lifeguards will notice it.
yeah, it's just a leaf blower that just quickie with the sand, and then at the end of the season, it just rolls up. And then for the boardwalk at Egypt Beach, it's a composite material. I'm looking at the Moisture Shield, which is a fairly heavy composite material. And that again will be in 6-foot wide by 4-foot
It's like
long
the deck
sections,
side.
because that
Same
section
stuff.
will be about 200 pounds.
It's exactly the same.
And we're considering maybe making it a little bit narrower now that we're adding the ADA bump outs every 30 feet going up there. So the big thing was to make all of this ADA compliant. So we're going to be having the truncated dome at the bottom, which goes from the walkway that comes down from the parking lot to where the boardwalk is going to be. And that will be white truncated domes, and it will be either set in or one that can be attached to the end of the boardwalk and removed at the end of the season. I think we're looking more at the one that can be removed, just because of the area and the storms and the winter storms.
Does anyone need to see that? She's got one of those, too.
Oh, yes, yeah, these,
Is it going where the current one is?
Yes.
The current walk?
yeah, just the domes.
No, but the walkway is going where the
Yes.
current wooden one is?
Yep, it's going right.
And how do you deal with the mound of rocks at the end?
Well, it's the same exact structure.
Is it going to go up the...
It's going to go up, it's going to be 120 feet long, the same thing with the 6.5 feet wide by 16 feet.
But it is going to go up that hill?
It's going to go up that hill. We are having Ross Engineering do an engineering plan for it. As soon as everything gets approved, they'll be coming out and doing the engineering. I am going before the ADA Commission they've approved it all, but I'm going to get their vote next week.
Make sure you,
And that
just
was
make
my
sure you
question.
check with the AAB, Architectural Access
Yeah.
Board, so that you have the right, it's like the grade. And, you know, because I'm exactly where in Peggotty, I'm not sure, but if the ramp up is more than 5%, it's a 2 to 20.
Well, even if it's, there's nothing you're going to be able to do about the grade at Peggotty, and there's nothing that you're really going to be able to do at Egypt, because every year it's going to shift.
Right.
Similar to, like, these products are down at Coast Guard Beach. They are just not ADA compliant beaches because they can't be. They just can't be. There's no way to change it, there's no way to make it, so.
Just
yes, I
make
will-
sure you
Yep.
check with the AAB. I'm saying, because I got a case right now I'm dealing with in another town. I'm like, just make sure that you're compliant, that's all. Or just potential, Nancy, that's all.
No, I'm glad you said that, because that was my question as to who's advising you on the ADA compliance. Just make sure,
Okay.
go to that board.
That's a
And I
great,
wanna
I'm glad
commend
what you
you,
guys are
too.
doing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No splinters.
As your first project as a beach commission, this was really commendable, so thank you. It's awesome.
Is that it?
That they're doing, that's all.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
It goes up the rocks?
The Glades Road Pocket Park, Leslie? I suspect you might like to see some renderings.
Actually, yeah, I'd like to know where exactly.
Yep.
It's not the park that's already there, it's another one.
It's
Is it on?
it's there,
Those
but
ones on
it's
the-
in
Cliff Estates,
terrible
John.
shape.
Just want to know where it is. Okay, exactly, I know.
Yeah, that's
where it is.
my bad.
See that?
Well,
Just south of that last house.
Yeah, that's Ann's mother's bench. So what are you going to do with the current benches that are there?
Oh, we're just working around it.
So it's just the grass area?
Make it all look nice.
Nice.
And you got a hardscape.
Hardscape.
Some of both?
The hardscape, okay, originally what happened here, years ago, we had the sinkhole, I mean, the
Washout?
The undermining.
undermining, thank you. And so this all became a sinkhole. And so the town repaired, well, we got the seawalls were repaired, and they filled this area back in. Now, we're creating some undermining here with the benches and the sidewalk, and it's an eyesore. And so we, as a beach association, said, just wonder if there's something we could do about that. So we were just going to plant some beach grass and take the eyesore away, and then the further we got involved, the more we realized we had to get some hardscape in here for, we would like to run a splash plate, planted large boulders, so the first 4 feet, you can see some splash area that we want to break that splash, and then we will,
Which is what conservation asked us to do.
This, do you need this?
I didn't realize you gave it to them. So we're just basically native beach grass. Here's the splash plate of rock. The Beach Association is about to be 120 years old this year, and there's really nothing that tells anybody that. So what we want to do is get a nice big boulder with engraved, which would be looking towards my light. Let people understand, learn about the 143, because people really don't know about that, or we do,
It's nice.
but a lot of other people wouldn't. So it would give the age of the Beach Association, plus give an idea. So it would be a little monument type rock here.
What about a fire station? Hey, that would be nice for the association.
So is it going to be handicap accessible?
We don't need it because the sidewalks already are. We've already had the...
I did meet with John, he came over and looked at all of it.
That's great.
And we're all...
It's a great idea.
Thank you.
Great, so my biggest concern is just the existing benches.
They are going to stay there.
And that rocks aren't going to,
We're going to try to prevent the undermining anymore.
right, but will they be at the level
The
of the
level,
water?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
The Beach Association is paying for the plantings because CPC can't, and so we're basically paying for the hardscaping and the, the preparation of the park itself, but we wanted to make sure we were able to do this project, and we are.
Thank you for doing it. Thank you for taking the...
And they'll maintain it. That's
Yeah.
another maintenance. The Beach Association is going to maintain it.
Good.
It looks great, thank you.
Thank you.
Cedar Point, any questions about that, or is that kind
Long
of
overdue.
self-explanatory?
I've seen it. It's
Yeah, I was
served its
down there.
useful
It's
life.
it's
The
disgraceful.
benches and everything else.
Yeah.
Time for a change.
So no questions on that.
Right
No,
right at
thank
the
you for
left,
bringing that up.
that whole park here.
Central Fields Rehabilitation. Dan Fennelly's here. I don't know if Dave Smith is here. Okay. And Gary Meyerson's here as well. They both worked for years on all the issues related to the fields. Gary especially, I know, has worked hard on Central Field. As you know, we did allocate money few years ago to renovate Central Fields. Since then, costs have gone up, et cetera, and the project has kind of languished. They've actually now gone out to bid, and so this is a supplement to that, and essentially it's to fix real drainage problems that exist in both of those softball fields. Did you have any questions about that, or is that?
No, the softball fields are being redone. Are there, I assume, like areas, fenced-in areas for the dugouts and backstops? And is there a light, or no, for one of them? Lighting? No? It's just no lighting, no lighting. All right. But at least it's improving the girls' softball areas.
And one of the main purposes is to get them in compliance with the sports regulations.
And this will do that.
Yes.
Now, there was an application put in for a field house, quote-unquote, structure at Central Fields, and we felt as though there were too many questions related to, maintenance and who was going to have the key and bathrooms, et cetera. So, that may come back in the future, but it just seemed it was probably needed more work and more thought, including meeting with the abutters, because once you start to put a real structure up, and plus meeting with you to find out if that would be okay with you to actually build another small building, so...
I'm all for it.
I think it's a great idea.
I feel like I wish you'd gone,
Well,
I think it'd be great.
come back.
I'd say two things. That, I think, is great, Karen. I have to say, the other thing I really want to push, and I'd like to see the board to take it up for another time, because it's getting the girls a softball varsity field right up here at the high school. And I think that's a major priority, because we should have that. And I'm glad to see we're doing it now, finally, at least down there at Central Field, but I really want this board to make it a priority this year to make it happen. And I'm saying it now because I'd like to think at the special in the fall we're having. I'd like the CPC to consider that, if people were able to put it together.
If we get an application, we will consider it, and we're not bound to have to only do CPC at annual town meeting. We can do CPC projects at special town meeting, and the good part about that is funding is available immediately, versus when you go to annual town meeting, you have to wait until July 1st to get your funding. So we're flexible, and I personally, having been through this process for 3 years now, I would rather see us entertain applications throughout the year so that we can sort of smooth things out, because we try to jam a lot into this, small time frame. And so, if it makes sense, then I don't know why we wouldn't do it.
Right. Sorry.
And I think CPC has been looking for, recommendations, especially as it relates to fields where we know we have some needs, and so I think we're making some efforts, but...
Just a question for John and Tony. So you're in favor of this, but if these buildings were to get relocated, torn down, you're talking about bringing the girls' softball back up here? Is that what I heard you guys?
I think we need to do it now. I'm inclined to say, let's take the JV field, put the girls' varsity up there, and then frankly, put the boys' JV field I'd say right now, bring it back to where the varsity field was at Gates. It's the flattest field in the town. I talked to J.L. Murphy, he's like, it is flat, things might have to change, but I'd rather make the JV field more of a, where we can put it, and we can put it somewhere, but the girls have been waiting. You and I both voted back, you were on it, to put it over here, and then it got delayed because of things, and I'm like, it should be up there.
Yeah, there's room also behind the football field if we clear
that area back there towards Cushing.
Right behind the baseball field in that way, so.
But still go forward with this, you guys are saying.
Oh, absolutely.
You gotta repair the field.
Absolutely, the field's
Yeah.
gotta be done.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just girls softball, there's seniors use it.
Seniors, I mean, absolutely, it's used, it's.
Oh, that's a-
Dan have a field study that
It's
you can
5,000
present to us
kids
at some point?
use that field. It's some enormous number. So, just because we're doing that doesn't mean we shouldn't do all the other things. It's just a matter of getting them in front of us. And I think we all understand that a lot of what's happened to CPC projects got held up by where was the middle school going. So it's just, that's where we are, and nobody's fault. It just happened that way.
Dan's field studies on the CPC website. Still, right? I think there's... It is, yeah. It's still on there.
I'd love to get that on an agenda at some point after we go through the budget, so we can
It'd be a nice
really
thing to
hear
have in
what
April,
you
if
got,
that
yeah.
works.
What your plan is.
Yeah, we'll do
on
it.
that. Thank you.
Is Dan up for it?
Dan, are you up for it?
Just volunteered, I'm coming in.
Busy with baseball and all the other activities, that'd be great if you could.
You can wait till after baseball season, that's okay.
Roach Field, did you want to see anything? Dan usually has plans.
I've seen it.
I've seen it.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Dan, the only question I have is, the number was a lot lower at one point than the 89. Is there any...
Yes, it did change. So, just so you have the picture tells the story, I think. This has changed several times based on feedback from a lot of people. But the number went up.
So it stays.
Essentially because as we started looking at the changes, we had to relocate the batting cage to put the parking lot on the grass without going back into the trees and taking down trees on the lot. So that increased the cost. And the other part that increased was the refurbishing of the front parking lot, where we're extending that out a little bit to fit more cars down there in a more orderly fashion and take the cars off the street that have been blocking the neighborhood there. We also built in 15% contingency.
Great. How many spots will there be?
About 40 total.
40 in both?
In both. 19 in the front, 20 in the back.
And Dan, you can move the existing batting cage just out to center field?
Yes, to left
From
center
right?
field.
Yep, perfect.
And you don't have to, I know that drops considerably once you get into the woods there. You don't have to fill anything.
No, nope, we're not going in the woods. In fact, we might have to cut down one tree, perhaps.
Really?
And do some clearing on branches.
Great.
Tony, you saying you hit a ball that far? You know it drops off?
Well, one time.
And again, Dan met with the neighbors and got their input and cut some objections off at the pass, which was a good thing to do.
It's great. It's a dangerous spot. People park illegally, and you got little kids.
And there will be signs put up, no parking on Beaver Dam, and
There's signs up
one or
every...
two, well, one or two tickets later, hopefully people will use the parking lot. The next three are the Historical Society. Did you have any questions about any of them, or?
No.
It's just the plaque. Dave, are you thinking of taking the plaque like you did with the Cushing, the one that's down on the bridge, the World War I? Was that what the intent is?
Two ways it can be done. The plaque can be restored in place, or the company can remove it and take it to the company and do it there. My thinking is it might be better to remove it, because otherwise you're going to be tying up traffic there, and you're going to have police details for several hours. The other thing for both plaques is that we would have a mold made and a resin replica. Resin replicas are so good that you wouldn't know that it was a replica. If we do that, then the question comes up, what do we do with the original? Maybe put them up here in Town Hall. So those are some questions that we still have. They Hadley one is far enough off the road, it's at the corner of Hadley and Old Farm. And that one probably can easily be restored in place. But they can also make the mold
Dave, what is that plaque at Hadley? What's it a plaque of?
Timothy, it tells a quick story of Timothy Hadley and the farm and when he settled there.
Okay. That's what John said.
Is that Two Stacks, Dave? Is that Two Stacks' house? Or further? Okay.
By the snackery.
Right.
It's so obscure that you wouldn't...
I've seen it. It's pushed back. It's on that rock, and it's right there.
By the
I was curious if that's what Two Stacks
By the
was.
snackery.
Oh.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
They don't know where that is.
Showing your age there, the snackery.
That's where the fire station was supposed to go.
That's right.
I've hit a few golf balls over there.
Great fried clams at the snackery.
Back in the day.
Back in the day. Okay, Lawson Green? Questions?
Just maybe a little overview. It looks like the town's putting in $2.5 million. And how many units are perpetuity, if you can give us a quick...
And this is John Duane, he's on the, okay, just...
John Duane, Housing Authority Board Member.
Thanks,
Mr. Coker is out of state today.
Thanks, John.
Thank you guys for seeing these. This is the conceptual picture.
Pretty much the same thing what we saw before.
Yeah.
So this project is 30 units, 31 bedroom units of over 62 in perpetuity housing.
62?
Yes.
55.
My understanding is 62.
There's recently, the decision was made to push it to 62 because recently there's a defined definition of what a disabled person could be at 55 to include a whole host of additional categories of persons, including folks with substance abuse issues, so that there's a thought about 62 plus being more appropriate. If it's the will of the town, I'm sorry, I should introduce myself. I'm Mike Kuchara. I'm the developer with the Grantham Group, which would be partnering with this housing authority to build this project. The idea would be to, if the town so desires it, to be 55 plus, we could keep it 55 plus. It's really more form over substance. We feel that really the project will be targeted toward the town's elderly population. If we get people that are sub 65 or sub 70, I would even be surprised. I think our population is going to be somewhere above 70.
Who decided to move it to 62? Just curious.
I'm not actually sure where that came from. I think that I'm not entirely certain.
You said they, I just didn't know who they
There
were.
was a change in the federal government definition of people that could potentially qualify to come into a facility like this, whereas to keep the character of the facility as senior housing, as opposed to 55-plus housing, which I tend to think of as more sort of empty nester housing. That might be part of it, but if it's 50, if the town so desires it, we're open to that. It just gets us a little bit more points also with the DHCD, that we're sort of addressing a population that's somewhat more underserved.
And the goal of the board is to target the seniors of the community that need housing, so the preference would be, the board's preference would be 62 and over for this.
Can you explain, you just said 30 bedroom units?
Yes, 31 bedroom is what I meant to say, 31 bedroom units, so there won't be any two bedroom units in this facility. There'll be 30 units, and there'll be 8 in the 30% AMI bucket, and there'll be 22 in the 60%, and there'll be none at the 80. So it's to try and serve those two groups of the 62 and over.
So just from the layout here, there's a bedroom, a living room, kitchen, bathroom.
So the units are, sorry not to interrupt, but units are 690 square feet, one bedroom, with washer and dryer in the unit, a dishwasher with nice finish, nice high-quality finishes. They are intended to serve, the state doesn't allow you to build two-bedroom units for the elderly population, because the fear is that, and that also could potentially change the nature of the facility. You could potentially get, the the son that never left home kind of scenario.
Right, and that was a consideration that, was the driving force behind one-bedroom units. And the reason that the board liked Grantham's prior work was that they've already built and managed affordable assisted living projects, so they know how to make these units safe for the elderly population, and that's how they're designed. Low thresholds into the showers and things like that have been taken into account in the design of the units.
So the town contributes $2.5 million, and you raise the other $6 million?
Right, so the total project cost, when by the time we get through this, we estimate with the way construction costs are escalating, the total project cost is going to be somewhere more in the neighborhood of $8.5 billion. We're seeing, I don't need to tell you, you're building a school, rapid escalation in costs in the construction trades. That's just where we are. So we believe $8.5 million to build this project is a reasonable amount. We're going to raise the balance of the funding. What the town gets for that $2.5 million is 30 units of affordable housing in perpetuity. The way the money is structured is that it would come into the project as a deferred loan, and it would be put on the books and it would be deferred for 45 years. So there is sort of that ability for the town to, ensure that it will remain in perpetuity for.
Who maintains the property? At no cost?
Yeah, the way it's structured, the developer would be fully at risk for everything. So any construction overruns, any operational risk, that's all assumed by our organization and our investor that would be coming into the deal. The project is going to be blending a number of different funding sources together, including federal low-income housing tax credits, federal home funds if they still exist,
Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Yeah, state affordable housing trust funds, and then we're also going to be putting in developer equity into the project in order to make the numbers work. So all the risk is borne by the developer. And we're hoping that, given our track record, that we're able to recognize certain efficiencies in the development that, wouldn't ordinarily be able to be available to a sort of a public sector developer. That's what we sort of bring to the table. Currently, we have 2 projects under construction, so we do a lot of development. We're very close to the sort of construction figures, so we're comfortable that what we're presenting here is a realistic portrayal.
I couldn't remember last time you were here. Were you planning on tying into town sewer?
Yes. That's possible. We have some money in the budget right now. If there's a capacity issue with the sewer is not that far off of the existing site. Additionally, there's some capacity issues that have been raised about gas. There's natural gas at the Central Park Central Park's apartment building. So we would be tapping into that. All of those things drive down the development costs. We are building a project up at Concord it's an 83-unit project that we are putting in a septic system in. And the expense associated with that is about it's just under $200,000. So the benefit of tying into a town sewer would really make this project much more financially feasible.
We have fees to tie in, so in the neighborhood of $15,000 per home. Give or take.
So what we would be looking for potentially in that case is that understanding that the nature of the property project is that elderly housing, we would probably be approaching you for not a fee waiver, but a fee adjustment on the sewer hookup. That's customary in the affordable housing space. I just went before the City of Somerville doing the exact same thing on another project.
As far as the water itself, how many meters was there going to be a single meter for the building?
Well, that's
same situation with that as well.
Same situation, if need be, given the site, topography of the site, if we had to sink a well, we wouldn't be terribly adverse to that.
Because we're running into that with Central
With Central as we speak,
becoming a real issue.
Right.
The way these apartments are structured is that the individual resident is responsible typically for utilities, and that's backed out of their rent. We don't have these similar, housing authorities are constrained by what they're allowed to do in terms of the way they approach utilities, et cetera, and consumption. We aren't similarly, because we're constrained somewhat, but we are able to shift that, say, conservation onto our residents. The building will be built out to meet standards. It will have a lot of energy efficiency components built into it. As we've been building these projects, our water consumption has gone way down. I think in one of our 85 unit projects, our peak consumption is about 5,000. So it's pretty low. And that's with a dining room and central laundry and other facilities.
So let's say for an example, 25 years down the line, Grantham Group for some reason goes away. What happens?
Well, the way these things are structured is they're structured as limited partnerships. So you have an investor on one side and a general partner developer on the other side. The investor is a Fortune 500 company typically that comes in and they use it as a tax shelter. And they invest equity in it, they take paper losses, and that's basically the benefit of what they get. Now, what you said is 25 years down the line.
Just as an example, I mean.
It goes upside down. The state holds a regulatory agreement over the entire project. So these projects, they don't go upside down because there's just too many controls involved from the tax credit investor who basically is potentially losing the tax benefit that they were able to take on the project, which would then be subject to recapture by the IRS. So they have an incentive to come in and take it over. The state also has an incentive to come in and make sure to stabilize it. So what you don't see in low-income housing tax credit finance projects is foreclosures because there's just too many parties at play.
Okay. But we just don't want it to get run down. I mean, that's...
So that's the other thing that's nice about this type of project versus a housing authority project. Housing authorities aren't allowed to put away money for capital, for preventative maintenance. That's a condition of our program. Our projects look the same today as the day they open. We constantly are we're constantly replacing wear and repair. If you go to any of our facilities, you'll see that immediately. You'll be wondering what the age of the building is. You'll be looking at a 22-year-old building, and it may look like it's just 2 years old. We're constantly painting, repairing. We have a rigorous preventative maintenance schedule, and that's just how we operate. And we put away money for that.
And you know this is being taped, right? That's great. It almost seems too good to be true. It's a great program for the town.
The board did take a trip out to their facility in Attleboro, everyone on the board, to view a place that they're running in existence, and it was a wonderfully run facility. Yes, a very well-run establishment.
So I don't have a lot of questions. I've sat through the presentation umpteen million times, being a liaison to the Housing Authority and also being on the Affordable Housing Trust. And this is such an important project for us. I know we need to move on, but I just want to make sure that everybody in town is properly educated, because this is the only way I foresee us making a dent in our affordable housing needs for our seniors. And it's a unique process, and it's just so important that this passes, in my opinion. So you don't have to tell me now, but really want to understand, what kind of FAQs you're creating. Have you gone down and met with the Council on Aging, and make that tour throughout town between now and town meeting, April 26th. You've only got a month, because this is so important to our residents. So I hope to hear what your schedule will be to do that.
Yes, we feel, this is obviously the most important thing that we've been working on for quite some time, and Stephen has been encouraging all of us, and he's out meeting members of the community, like the Council on Aging, in order to make sure that they're aware of what we're doing. And, he's trying to get it out on social media, just through, the normal, those type of channels as well, to just gauge community feedback. And I think a lot of people did see the article in the Ledger a few days ago. That was good. A wonderful article. And so we'll certainly, that's kind of job number one for all of us now, is to continue to get the word out there between now and town meeting.
We have a question from the back, just real quick.
Phyllis Carlberg, 26 Hughes Road. What's the eligibility for the affordable housing, and how many seniors in town do you think qualify for this? Because I guess my thought is, if you have to sell your house, then you maybe would have too much equity to be able to qualify for some of these things, or no?
So HUD sets the eligibility requirements. The 30 and 60 AMI is, based on what HUD says it is for that year, and the analysis is an income-based analysis rather than asset-based analysis. I happen to work for an estate planning attorney, so, that's not what I do, but I think that, it's an asset-based analysis in order to get into, to be eligible. Income, not asset.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's also, I'd like to announce that there's going to be, the Housing Authority has a FAQ page up on its website that talks about, a little bit about the AMI, or AMI meaning area median income. The idea that if your income is X, you qualify. If your income is below $50,000, you can qualify on an annual basis, you can qualify for this type of project. That's all that information is up on the website. There's also a public meeting on the 27th at 7 p.m. And I don't know where that is held yet, but that would be up on the Housing Authority's website as well.
So John, I'd suggest just make sure you get, this is a great handout for town meeting, try to get it out there. Try to have, some of the questions about the financing, terms like that, be prepared for town meeting.
Yes.
Because obviously, if there are a lot of questions, the worst thing you want is to start having it spiral down, and it can go that way. But I just say, just have it prepped and ready. Talk to the people out there from the Housing Authority and, from Council on Aging, and try to get a goodwill tour going, because that's what you need. And there'll be plenty of support. It's well needed in town, and it's a great opportunity, to start doing something that's a unique plan. It's a partnership between private and public, and that kind of collaboration is a good thing. And I think, this is going to be a kind of an example that, who knows, maybe in the future it's another opportunity in other parcels in town, because the town needs it.
Thank you, and I agree. The challenge is trying to be able to explain the financing on a level that's understandable and palatable to everybody. So that'll be the challenge. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we also thought it was important that this be a really quality project, so that people wouldn't be so afraid to have affordable housing in their neighborhood, and that it would be attractive in their neighborhood. And this was specifically designed to look like the central school area. So I think getting this one project done will
You
help
mentioned
us.
selling it, but that's not town-owned land, that's Housing Authority land.
Housing Authority land,
It's not
Right.
an issue that we have to
Right.
worry about. It's why you mentioned, I'm thinking,
that's-
because that could be an
that's-
issue where people at town meeting, what are you talking about doing land?
Right,
Just keep
Housing
that-
Authority
Keep that
land.
aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Good job.
the land itself is restricted use as well, because it was purchased by HUD, so it can only ever be used for affordable housing.
This is exactly what we put all this money aside for. So
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's perfect.
That's great.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any other questions on the last two items, the closing
No.
costs and the... Okay.
It's
We
exciting.
just had some rescissions, and that's basically...
Yes, rescissions. I will go quickly. We didn't do any last year, but the board, the committee took the time to go through all of our open accounts. Excuse me? Thank you. I provided you with a list of rescissions. They go back to 2007. Some of them are so old, they're just simply, they've gone dormant, or the project has been completed. There are a few that I think are worth telling you about, one of which I think may cause a little bit of consternation, but I think when I explain it, hopefully it won't. There's a big amount of money from a 2013 article for the Scituate High Athletic Complex. It's $350,000. As you know, over the years, with all the construction that's been done around here, that application is old. And in fact, that application includes $145,000 to build a skate park. Well, we built a skate park through CPC at a later town meeting article to the tune of $400,000. So that article, that application simply needs to be looked at again and brought back.
What was that? Was that the softball field?
It was lighting for the fields. It was renovating the press box, I think, to make it ADA compliant, and it was to build a skate park. And that was the total. So it was kind of a big...
Well, the majority was getting the lights to the back fields, baseball and lacrosse in the back.
Right. Which, again, it's an old application. It should be refiled. And this is really
We figure out what's
housekeeping.
going on in the fields.
Yeah, exactly.
And did everybody have an opportunity to give you feedback? They don't need these funds?
Well, you know, it's
Open
interesting you say
projects?
that.
I mean, not the 2013 one, but all these other ones.
Well, the fact is that these are all old projects, and CPC money is not a checkbook.
Right, it doesn't match
So,
the application anymore.
If it doesn't match the application, you can't do it.
gotta
And I
be
will
right.
say that if you look at the Scituate Historic Bike Path, the amount of money originally appropriated was $25,000. They did build the website that they had planned on building, and it's very detailed and it's very well done. I haven't been able to access it lately, but, you know, they might be putting it up and down, I don't know. But the bulk of the funds that are left were going to be used for signage. Well, you know, we think that the whole issue about signage should go back to the planning board, and because you don't want every group in town to be putting signs up around everywhere. So, you know, as much as they might want to keep that money, I think we as a
Parkway might need a
committee...
few more.
We as a committee decided that these applications were either old and needed to be refiled, or the project was complete. And so we're trying to recapture for the CPC $598,000. So, any
I see
questions?
the small amounts
The
historical.
majority's at $350,000.
Yes, the Historical Society, $145 left in the Little Red Schoolhouse. The train canopy, $316.
So
The
is this a-
Driftway North River, I will say, there was originally $236,000 allocated for that, and that was to engineer a bridge over to, on the North River. That needs to be looked at again, and, you know, obviously, it will cost a lot more than that.
Anything that old is...
Yeah, it's just, the money's just sitting there. Might as well take it back, put it in the fund from which it came.
So this amount that's here, the $598,000.
Yes.
That's not inclusive of the, on the page before, of the balances that you gave us? This is in addition to?
Those are rescissions.
Yes, okay. Do you really want the explanation now? I'll tell you. Okay. So, let's assume that all the projects that we talked about tonight get approved by town meeting. The undesignated fund balance would fall to $1,351,998. But if you add back what we have to reserve, which we do in the article, the first part of the article, that gives us another $1,172,051. That would mean that the balance with the projects out and then adding the reserve back would be, this is the undesignated fund, would be $2,524,000. If you add back the rescissions, and I just did my best effort to think where these funds, the rescission funds had come from, it looked to me like it was $488,963, which would leave you with an undesignated fund balance if town meeting approves all the projects, and we put the reserves in, and we put the rescissions back in. The balance would be 3 million, about 3 million.
All right, so this doesn't include it.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So, but it's, and I didn't, this is just my hen scratch. I didn't want to put this down on paper for anyone because a lot can happen. And so I didn't want anyone to think that, you know, we've got a balance of 3 million. We may not. So we have to wait for town meeting to make all these decisions. So just to not go through all that nonsense again, the historic balance would wind up at $678,000. The affordable housing balance would be at $197,000, and the open space balance would be $763,000. So we're in good shape in most of them. I think we're taking, you know, a big hit out of the housing reserve, but I'll just remind you that last year, we paid for Central Park cupola and the windows out of undesignated funds. We didn't take that out of the housing funds, so.
Great job, Karen.
Thank you.
Good synopsis.
Thank you to all of you.
CPC.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you to all the
Show up at
applicants
town
who
meeting,
worked
and make sure
really
you bring your
hard.
friends to support it. There you go.
They're not mine.
I don't know anything that you touched.
Okay, moving on, 8 o'clock, yeah. We have a discussion and a vote of the mooring regulation changes. We have Fran McMillan, the chairman of Waterways, and Stephen Mona, harbor master.
This is what gets me mad when I see these numbers.
are you this evening?
Good evening.
Sorry, we're running a little behind.
Steve Ramon, Scituate
Slightly.
Master.
Fran McMillan, Waterways Chairman.
Fran, good evening.
Good evening.
Steve?
Good evening.
Go ahead. As you know, the town contracted with a consultant to review, and I'll read it, the current rules and regulations of the town waterways operations, make recommendations for any changes or revisions that are consistent and found with other Massachusetts coastal communities with similar sizes and operations. This was also included waiting list requirements, the amount of money the town was making, and the services that the town was providing to the boaters in Scituate Harbor. We were very fortunate. The consultant we got happened to have 16 years of municipal service. He's also a boater, belonged to a yacht club. He's gone through regridding or optimizations of mooring fields plus dredging in the town of Hingham. So he had a good idea of where he was coming from and what to look for. We sent out and dealt with over 75 copies of the report, which I think you've already had a chance to look at. Yeah. Sent them out to anyone who was interested. We had several meetings with good attendance. I fielded a lot of the input myself, and we were able to answer a lot of questions back to the individuals to kind of cut down on our meeting time. But we had a couple of good meetings. We had some good feedback from stakeholders and people from the harbor. All in all, I guess we can't please everybody all the time, but we did pretty well. The Waterways Commission itself came up with just 3 recommendations that we'd like to put forward, and one of the motions or the recommendations was to accept the report that the Charles Cristello, the consultant, had done for us regarding the waterways operations. And we wanted 2 amendments or 2 changes we would like to have, and that's to change some wording. One of the biggest items in it was verbiage and how that was all coming across. Mooring owners in some towns own the boat. In other towns, there's the ability to co-own either by corporation or by partnership or by other entities. We've recommended and asked that we change it so the mooring owner's name must be the first name on the U.S. Coast Guard documentation, state registration or title, the first name on the excise tax form, and the first name on the insurance certificate. That'll establish that person as being the owner of the vessel that's there. At least it'll be hopefully a majority owner of the mooring and the vessel. This was passed by the water, just not too much of a problem. A lot of concern because there are a lot of people, boating is not inexpensive, and a lot of people who do enter into family partnerships, partnerships with other friends, and we don't always get a clear view of how much actual ownership. So we were looking for 51% ownership. By stating the first name on the title, the insurance, and the mooring, we figure it's about as close as we're going to get. Some other towns require 1 person, 1 mooring, and that's it. So we're kind of reaching out and giving people an opportunity. The other item was we've had a waiting list going for an awful long time, and if you've ever had a mooring or been quizzed about a mooring, you're advised to put your firstborn's name on when they're 6 months old in order to get a mooring, because it doesn't take that long. What we've done is, we don't know exactly how many people on the waiting list right now are under the age of 18, but with all current applicants, they'll have to be 18 years of age. We're going to retain anyone who is on the waiting list and under 18. They just will not be able to obtain a mooring until they become 18 years old. So we tried to steer clear of the word grandfather, but that's about the way that worked out. And that's it, what we're looking to do, basically.
Administrative change.
We have an administrative change in dates, Stephen has.
Just for the, on page 5, it shows the date when the mooring bills will go out. I'm going to change that to March 1st, and they would be due on April 15th, rather than the February to March 15th. And then an administrative change on the date, August 1st, for the renewal for the wait list, when we'd send out the bill, and it would be due by September 15th.
That's mainly to give the administrator and the harbor master's office a break from being totally wiped out with all the paperwork that happens down there.
So you're changing it. What again? I thought it said February 15th.
February 15th. It says February 15th until
Return April 1st.
April 1st.
Okay.
So we're going to change it to March 1st.
April 15th.
To April 15th.
Okay.
And there's also a date in there that coincides with that, where if you don't pay within the 30, if you're late longer than 30 days, that date would also change, would coincide with that as well.
All right, good.
All right, and then we're going to send out the mooring wait list invoice on August 1st, and it would be due by September 15th. If it's not received by September 15th, you'd be dropped off the list.
Okay.
And that way, nobody has to come into my office, nobody has to sign anything.
In the revenue area of this, it was reviewed, and it was found that Scituate was pretty much in keeping with other towns similar to Scituate, but it was recommended over the next few years that we maybe think about raising the rates at the town marinas, bring them up a little more in par with the other marinas in town.
Okay. What kind of difference, Fran, are you talking about?
About
It's like
$30.
$10?
It's about $30. They're figuring if they could break it down into 2 or 3 years and bring it up over time, it wouldn't hurt
Makes sense.
anyone too bad.
That's smart, yeah.
So,
Waterways, voted on it, and they approved.
so did you approve everything that the consultant entered in as red line, except for those 2 additional changes that you just mentioned? Is that what we should
Yes, we
assume?
approved everything that the consultant had recommended be changed.
Yep.
And he also has some deletions.
Yes.
And then we just took the 3 items.
And you'll be inserting in that...
The verbiage, the change in the language.
Right, the ownership.
The only change we made out of the whole thing. Like I said, we didn't make everyone happy, but we did pretty well.
So a couple questions. Number one, how are we handling those folks that have moorings today that don't meet that 51% ownership?
They'll just have to adjust their registration and their documentation, their paperwork.
So we're not booting them off, we're just, we're
No,
working with
they
them?
may just have to go in, if it's truly a 1%, a person that has just a 1% interest in a boat, then that's a problem for them. They're gonna have to figure it out. But they're gonna have to go to that, just change the registration, the documents, to show that they're the owner of the boat.
Okay.
Does that go
And
into
then
effect
what-
this season?
Yes.
And then what is your notification process? So you adopt these regulations, are they all going to be mailed out to existing holders? What are you going to do?
We're going to be sending out the new mooring bills tomorrow. We've been holding on to them. We have an insert in there. It's called a piece of paper, and it reflects to go to the mooring regulations that have been adopted. And it's also discussed, it's mentioned, the owner of the mooring has to be the first name on the registration and all the documents. And if they come in and they're incorrect, then we would make a call to them and explain to them what's going on and what they have to do to rectify the situation.
One of the problems that we're trying to kind of alleviate was the fact that not all of the times and the methods of mailing and receiving, they're all over the place. So we try to standardize a little bit, and I think that's going to help out an awful lot.
I saw that, the online process, so it'd be interesting to see what that's going to...
I think once you set the standard and the
Yeah.
behavior, people are going to have to adhere to it, and that's the bottom line. That's the only way you can be fair about it. Because if you're trying to do everything under the sun, and somebody's relying the first manner of doing it, and yet they get it by the second method, you're going to be all over the place. It's set the standard, that's the way it is, and then little by little, if they didn't catch it the first time, they're going to catch it in the future.
It was tough. We had a lot of unique situations, and what it boils down to, if anything, there might be a little bit of harbor master discretion, not to bend rules, but, to
Right.
take into consideration
Take certain
individual
makes sense.
situations.
That makes sense. Good job.
Want a motion?
Wait, I have another question.
Can you entertain questions from the audience?
Sure, yeah, and I have another question as well, sir, so absolutely. transient, I read that the transient policies weren't affected, so the yacht club still keeps their amount, the Scituate Boat Club keeps their amount, so they can still generate revenue, and that all remains the same, right?
There were quite a few things that the consultant found that we were doing very well.
Good.
And
And
that
I
was-
think it's important to share that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And
That was one of them.
Okay. Because that was a lot that I heard out there, so I wanted to
Yes.
make sure that
That was a big concern because there's an awful lot of transient activity due to the fact that Scituate has become a real destination port. So we have a lot of people that come to town, and there was a concern that we wouldn't know how to deal with this in the future. So that was addressed, and I think it was done very well, too.
Okay, great, thanks.
So just your name and address. if you could.
My name is Bob Elwick at 107 Oceanside Drive in Scituate. I'm a mooring holder and a boater. I have a couple of questions because I think that the boating community is concerned about some of the specific requirements within these new rules. There are requirements to inform the harbor master when we're going to be leaving our mooring for 7 days. There are restrictions about how long we can have our boat off the mooring, and there are other things that are the specifics within this particular document that I think bother a lot of us, that may be unnecessary, uncalled for, and seems like it's an awful lot of paperwork and work with the harbor master's office that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. And I wonder if there's a way that the boating community could have some input to maybe the board to voice their concerns about some of these issues, specific issues within the documentation. I think a lot of it makes a lot of sense, but there are some things within the regulations that, as boaters, doesn't make a lot of sense to us. And is there a give and take, or is there a way to express that to the board before this thing goes forward?
I just stopped by saying there were 2 or 3 meetings, and I don't know if that, something like that was mentioned, but I'll defer to the harbor master. Some of it has to do with safety, some of it had to do with, if the biggest concern is safety, just not if you're leaving for 1 day, but if you're leaving, for a weekend and you're gone 2 weeks, then, gee, it's, maybe he should make some calls or make some inquiries. But
That's the one thing that's hard for us to understand, because if there is an emergency in the harbor, it's the best, port in a storm type of thing. The harbor master's going to grab the first mooring he can, and he doesn't care whether it's vacant for 7 days or not.
I think he has every right to, for boats in distress, put it on any vacant mooring, or slip, or whatever the case is, right?
Exactly, but to log in that we're going to be gone for 7 days, or maybe we'll be gone for 7 days, or maybe we'll be gone for 3, but it could be 7 days. I mean, these kinds of things seem to be a little bit restrictive.
I'll let Steve.
That one regulation has been in the regulation. That was not a change, that was not added. That's always been there. It's been there back since when, I believe, Elmer Poole wrote the regulations. It's got a lot to do with, I need to know, who's using the moorings. If there's people coming in from out of town that are just moving from this mooring to this mooring to this mooring because they're available, I just need to know. Also, if somebody's overdue, it's a problem. So there's a lot more to it.
You're not really trying to be like a spy, like he's,
All it is
or making more, and I think he's what he's.
The name is, you just call up the harbor master's office, or send an email, a text message, something that says, mooring number 724 will be back in 2 weeks.
And I think he's a little
Don't
too.
even care about the name. It's just the mooring number.
Right. He doesn't want to make more work for you, and there's probably more important things for you to be doing, am I right?
And I have somebody that's on the desk. We're there from 8 in the morning till midnight, and the gentleman that's on the desk during the day and in the evening can sit there and just type it in.
A lot of these...
And it's got really nothing to do with where it is or whose it is.
A lot of these time periods, believe it or not, are boilerplate from town to town. They've been in the regulations for Scituate and Hingham and Cohasset for years. And not that not justified, they do have a reason, but it can be kind of interpreted different ways by the harbor master. For safety reasons and use of the mooring, that type of thing.
Anybody else have anything? Yes.
Phyllis Carlberg, 26 Hughes Road. I I think that we here in the audience have a little bit of an advantage on knowing what goes on in the harbor because we have been participants in this body of water for 30, 40, 50 years. This is not something new to us. Nothing has really changed within this harbor until 2 years ago when they didn't start passing out moorings. Okay, then everybody goes off their rocker, but we were one big happy family within this body of water. This is a way of life for a lot of people in town here. This is their summer sport, their summer life, their summer families that they moor with over and over again, year after year after year.
Phyllis, not to interrupt you, but do you have a specific problem with the new regulations that we could address versus just...
Just a couple.
I'd like you to do that if you could,
Okay.
just to save us time. It's been a long night. I appreciate it.
Okay, so by letting the harbor master know that the boat is gone, you're letting the people, it's public record, you're letting people know that you are gone for 7 days, 2 weeks, whatever time it is. And as public record, you don't want to come back and have somebody taking stuff out of your house, break into your house, because whether the name is on the, on the call that you would like to have, that's one thing. The other thing is, again, having been good people and good stewards of this body of water, 51% for a lot of the people is not a doable thing. I mean, we have one wonderful family that's been in the harbor for almost 40 years. They've had their mooring. It's a family. They own 30%. Now, what you're asking them to do, I think, is just, I mean, yes, there's going to be 2% of the people, but why does it have to be up to the discretion of the harbor master as to whether he lets this guy do what he wants to do and not let this guy over here do what he wants to do?
I'd like to answer that question. I mean, I'm not the expert on it, but we've had some issues, and I understand that people have the 51% as a problem, but it has to be solved. And it's the only reasonable way that it can be solved.
Well, that's not a doable thing, and the time allotment for this year is to get all the papers in order.
I mean...
How can you get... Well,
No, I'm just saying, there's a lot of abuse out there,
oh, believe me, I can tell you who the people are probably, too.
Sure.
So, but why are you going to discipline all the rest of us in the harbor for a select few? Catch them.
Point of information,
Yes,
what
sir.
exactly is...
Name and address.
I'm sorry, Ed Leary, Front Street. What exactly is the figure of illegal or inappropriate warrants? Do we have a figure, or is it just a guess?
Do we have enough?
I think it's a guess. I think
we have probably 50 to 70.
That's a good number.
As this happens, we're finding...
With issues.
We're finding more than we realized in the beginning. As this comes
We really
about.
are.
The number 10 came out not too long ago.
It's only 10.
So, I mean...
And how was that ascertained? Was there a census?
Point of order, one at a time, Marty.
Yeah, this is getting out of control.
Point of order.
I'm seeking information. You made a statement, I just need to know, is this a phantom figure, or is this a figure that's being used to justify a change?
I'm going by what they say. They say 50 to 70. They don't have any reason to give me a false number. That's the answer. Yes, sir.
Phyllis, you done?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Brad White, 149 Old Main Street, Marshfield Hills, former Waterways Commission member for 7 years, mooring owner for 47 years. I just counted it up. Proud to be in the harbor. 3 points. One is this gentleman right here. He's got a good idea about the 7-day notice, and I have, I think, maybe a better solution that's maybe safer for everybody. I'd be happy to share it with the harbor master. It's a fillable PDF that's a float plan. Everybody should file a float plan. If somebody's going to be away, they can go on the harbor master, not just give a mooring number, but say, I'm going to be here. It just saved this young man's life down in Bass River because he filed a float plan, and because his girlfriend sent out the Coast Guard, he survived. So maybe that could be amended that it maybe ease into it with the float plan is number one. The second point is, to Phyllis's 51% point, I think that's going to create for, if it's 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 families, a taxable event. I think there should be a 2-year work-in, 1-year work-in, something like that, so you just don't slam folks and say, hey, you've got to make a taxable event happen this year, and I don't think that's incumbent of the town to say, hey, understanding you want people to be 51%, there should be an ease-in period, so that's my comment on that. And the third comment I have, to Ms. Curran's point, as a guy who sponsored and created visitsituate.com, we promote people using our harbor. We want people to come to our harbor. I think we're way under in transient moorings. I understand there's a list of 50 to 60 moorings that are available. I know clubs have use of moorings, but the town has, I think, 0. Is that right? 0 transient moorings. So my suggestion or friendly amendment would be that of the 50 or 60 moorings waiting to be allocated, for every action is a reaction, so who's not going to get maybe a dozen moorings? My recommendation would be a dozen transient moorings. And that means that a dozen people on that list of 60 won't get a mooring. But at some point, we as a town need to step up and say, come visit. You know, if you go to the Vineyard, you go to Nantucket, you go to anywhere, there are moorings for people to rent, use from the town. I'm not proposing the town rents private moorings, but we should loosen up, get some, invite people, and publish it. Because the merchants in town really need a place to hang on as a mooring. So in summary, if we beefed up the transient moorings, I think that would be healthy for everybody. I think if we enlarge the program to be a safe, log on, fill out a PDF, this is your float plan as a license cap, and I can tell you it saves lives. And the third and final thing would be that if there's a 51% ownership requirement, that there's an easing period. Thank you.
If I could say one short thing about that is, one of the things the consultant found that towns that issue transient mooring permits are usually a lot worse off than if they did. For the cost and for what's involved in collecting the revenues for those permits. I can say from someone who's down the harbor quite a bit in the summertime that very, very seldom have we ever turned anybody away from Scituate as far as a transient mooring between the public launch services, the harbor master, the marinas with slips, and the yacht club and the boat club. I think we've done a pretty good job of making sure that people are taken care of when they come into Scituate.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Fran a question?
Sure.
Fran, did you and the committee entertain exactly, you know what is right?
Ramp up?
Yeah, a year to let these folks, get that 51%? Because I do agree that I think giving them 2 months to change that ownership is pretty quick.
It's almost impossible with the way the Coast Guard documentation is, so it would probably take a little bit of leniency on the harbor master's part, or maybe we'd have to take a look at a ramp-up period for that aspect of it, that portion.
That's what I was planning on doing, is, working with the people that have the issues out there, and just working through it with it.
Okay.
But it has to get done at some point.
That's not going to happen this spring.
Coast Guard is very far behind in licensing and documentation and everything right now. It's just, they're part of Homeland Security, and it just impacts everything they're doing.
Fran, how long does it normally take for that documentation when you say far behind?
It could take
3 months,
several
6
months, up to 6 months easy. They take care of the commercial people first, and everybody else gets in line.
Makes sense.
That's the federal government.
So I think it's important to make sure that message is out there that, you're going to work with folks, so there's not this outcry that folks are going to lose their mooring for recreation this summer. I think it's important that folks understand that.
Reasonableness.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Agreed.
Keith Waller, 200 Country Way. Just going to what Mara just said, it's not just the recreation people, because, real quick, my business, mooring is in my name, the boat is in my company's name, so I have to change the structure of my company to 5149, even though my company right now is 50/50 with someone else. So I have to go through I don't even know what it's going to take. My accountant's working on it right now. I don't think I can get it done in time when the mooring bill comes out. So I could technically lose my mooring as soon as the mooring bills go out, because my company isn't structured that way. So I think it is pretty rough to say you guys are going to lose your moorings right away if you don't get in compliance. I don't even know if it's possible.
Well, it doesn't sound like that's the case. That's not the case. Yeah.
It just says the harbor master will work with anybody that has to do that transition.
But that's under his discretion, if those don't work, that's under his discretion. I think that's a poor way to try
We'll have
to...
a shouting match here.
Well,
Yes, sir. Jim Spellman, I'm 49 Border Street, and I had a boat in this harbor a little year or two longer than I've lived here, which has been here
40 years and I have a mooring. I started coming to the Waterways Commission's meeting in the fall after many of us began to get concerned. We heard that there were efforts to tighten up the mooring regulations. I've been convinced to come into these meetings monthly that there are good reasons why that needed to happen. We all knew that there were some lax regulations in the harbor, and we also, I'm now convinced, I guess, that federal regulations, particularly regarding dredging and funding and things like that, require a certain level of tightening up. And I have to say, I think that everybody involved in the project's done a good job. There's a lot of concerns, and you hear some of them, there are many more. There's an undercurrent, though, that remains, and that's that in the interest of rigidity, if you will, and tightening up regulations, that we're tightening up something else that's detrimental to the harbor, that's detrimental to the community that we all value. This is the nicest, by far, for anybody cruising, this is the nicest harbor in the Boston Basin and south to beyond Cape Cod. People come here because it's safe and easy to get into, because we have all the access to all the amenities that make it just a wonderful place to visit as well as a wonderful place to live. There's a movie theater, there's a grocery store, there's a laundromat, there's all this stuff. And you know, if we get too rigid, and it feels to me we're still heading in that direction, if our efforts are beyond this piece here to tighten up the regulations, if they also get to the point, which is where they seem to be heading, let's maximize the economic impact of the town. Let's buy a lot of new boats and stuff, and forget that we need to have an enterprise fund that is going to still fund the dredging projects that are getting run dry as far as I can tell. I don't know where, I'm worried that we are losing sight of what makes Scituate the wonderful boating community that it is. And so if, as we go through this process, you know, I ask all of you to keep in mind is that it's the boaters that we need to pay attention to. There are a dozen things that a few of us are in the hallway talking about that are getting overlooked. Things that would just be, why doesn't this harbor, of all the harbors why don't we have a place where a guy who's got a mooring can go in and just fill up his water tanks? Or, you know, a place where you can tie Virginia to go up to Dunkin' Donuts and get a coffee and bring it back. We're losing sight of the community, and I fear we're heading in the wrong direction. So that's what I hope we don't lose sight of.
Thank you.
I would like to add something. Sandy Higgins, 25 Hollycrest Road, retired assistant harbor master. When Phyllis was talking about, Phyllis, about someone breaking in your house, I used to keep a log, private log, but I would tell whoever was on duty when they were on my ship, someone has left their mooring, where they're going, when they'll be back. Because we had a call, excuse me, we had a call one time for a missing boat. Well, they were in a restaurant down in Plymouth, so they weren't answering the radio, but, it was like a panic attack.
Right.
And when I worked there, Elmer had retired, and I worked for Lieutenant Colonel Frank Regan, and he did a simple thing. The name of the mooring is the name of the document, and nobody got a sticker unless they proved that to me. And there were some people who added names onto the document that they copied and brought it in. And we had the disc. And he'd have those people come in, and they would give him a song and dance like their partners, etc. And he would just put that paper out from the Coast Guard, told them to get their boat out of the harbor, and they would never be back as long as he was coming, because they were lying to him. So that's my story.
And you're sticking to it.
And I just thought the 50%, you own the mooring, you own the boat. And I know I don't think we had any cooperations or anything like that at the time.
Anybody else have anything?
I had one other specific thing, if I could just...
This gentleman had his hand up, sorry.
Yeah,
Just one second.
Mike Gibbons, 6 Battleston Lane, Scituate, and also on the Waterways Commission, so, a couple different things. So we've been working on the regulations for over a year now, back and forth. We had, I want to say 4 to 5 public meetings where we brought the public in to kind of vet out the issues and get through the stuff, and it hasn't been easy. There's a lot of different things that are intertwined, and we're trying to make everyone happy. It's a tough process, but I think what we've boiled it down to is really kind of this 51% issue here, right? And we've all determined that it's very important because there's a lot of people skirting the rules, right? The intent isn't to make it so rigid so that people are losing the moorings, but rather to prevent this from continuing to happen and to vet out some of the people that are really kind of skirting the rules. I don't think ultimately Stephen's role here is he's not trying to make it more rigid in the harbor. As a matter of fact, most of the rules and recommendations that we're talking about were ones were actually in the original documents that we had in prior years. So some of these things about notification of harbor master are all been things that are in the document. So
It's nothing new.
I think these rules really needed to be put in place this year so that we can get some teeth so that Stephen can do his job in enforcement and enforce some of the rules and regulations and to address some of the issues that we've seen out there.
This gentleman first.
I had
We've got to wrap this up soon.
one other question.
A lot of meetings about this.
I understand that there is an effort to restructure the harbor, for lack of a better word, to make it more manageable, make it more efficient. But in the rules, it says that the harbor master could actually take somebody who owns a mooring, say in the outer harbor, and move them to the North River. And that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, that if you have a mooring here, you're used to using it, and you get, somebody says, oh, by the way, you're going to move over here to some other section, and I think there's 7 or 8 sections that you could be moved to. I'm just concerned that without some clarification there, that could happen.
It says in there that the harbor master can move your mooring at his discretion?
I can move a mooring from this location to this location, but it's...
Can I have a motion?
Well, the only thing I would like to incorporate is what?
Go ahead.
Is just get a little bit more tightness around, or not, figure out about giving the leeway to people for 1 year to get them transition to the ownership. So I think that's fair. That makes sense to me. How are you going to do that, just so people hear?
What we do is, as the documents come in, we pull aside ones that don't work, and I then contact those people and explain to them.
We're saying publicly right now, everybody has 1 year to get their stuff in order. The harbor master's going to pull you aside if it isn't right and say, this is what's wrong, please fix it, or there's going to be a problem next year.
And you'll be notifying them as you see them, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Or as we see them. It may be at the end of the process, we get the group together and...
We're gonna wrap this up right now.
All right, I'll move to accept changes to the waterway mooring regulations as amended and recommended by the Waterways Commission effective immediately, as well as offering individuals up to a year to ensure that their documentation is consistent with the proposed regulations.
Second.
Second by Mr. Vignani. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
Thanks for your work, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask just one to clarify?
Moving on to an 8:15 discussion and vote.
Can I just, another waterways question?
Phyllis, we're on the next one.
We're on the next one.
I have
Phyllis.
my hand up.
We're done. Sorry.
Library?
Yep, discussion and vote of contingency from the library reserve, scheduled for 2 hours.
Joe, how are you?
Oh, he's great now that he gets to finally move up here. A little late.
Karen, come on up.
I hope they didn't weigh you down.
What is it, whatever he wants, Tony?
All right, so...
Don't even read it, no.
thanks for having me. I just wanted to get, actually, Patricia and I were talking, and it was a good time to come in. We're slowly wrapping up the project, obviously. We're nearing the end. I currently went through the contingency. As I said to you, it was my goal not to come back to you for additional money. Currently, right now, we have about $12,000 left in contingency. And that includes about right around $37,000 of pending. That pending is included to leave us the balance of the $12,000. What we're encountering right now is that because we actually got pushed into another season, winter conditions, when the general contractor is not looking for any additional general conditions on that, it's the heating of the building that I had to incorporate on the temporary heaters to apply most of the finishes going on inside. So recently, the general contractor took liberty on installing 2 heaters, which they've taken on their shoulders for that financial burden. But the fuel consumption of it is something that they felt that they weren't responsible for. We signed up for the gas service because we had to sign for the new meter. In doing so, we encompassed some costs associated with fuel for these temporary heaters. Right now, we had a meeting with the Columbia Gas and how the meter was reading based on the consumption of these heaters. We don't feel it was justifiable. I think there was a calibration issue with the meter that was currently in place. They've taken it out, they're having it recalibrated, we had a new meter put in place. And the other part of it is I felt that they were charging us residential rate versus commercial during this period. They're going to make some adjustments and get back to us. But that being said, we're going to incur some costs associated with the gas. And right now we have, they initially sent us some bills that were a little less than $30,000, which I think will substantially come down, but I don't know.
$30,000 of gas?
Since December. So you understand why I was a little perplexed with the gas.
It's going to cost us when it gets open.
Yeah, these are temporary heaters. These are just, I mean, you got to remember, we got an open space. The building isn't completely.
Are they propane, you mean? Or?
Yeah, they were gas, natural gas units.
It wasn't oil.
And it wasn't oil or kerosene, was it?
So anyway, that portion of it. Then the other portion is we're moving into actually reaching out to vendors for moving the library back in. And in doing so, I mean, there's 90,000 pieces in the collection. In doing so, we've got a majority of it in the basement, which we've saved a ton of money by doing so, as well as the new collection that'll be coming in and what's existing in the temporary library to bring back. We allocated, right around $18,000 to $20,000 for that move back, but we're getting quotes in the range of $35,000, $36,000 because the library is going to need assistance putting that collection back onto the shelf. I met with the library staff, and I feel compelled, based on what they've been telling me, for them to do that in a short period of time during the duration of the library being closed for that period of time. They won't have enough time to do that. So we're going to have a moving company assist them with that application of staging the collection back onto the shelves. So those costs, although they're costs that aren't ultimately above and beyond what our project costs are carrying, it will have to come out of contingency. So I'm looking for another $30,000 out of the 200 to apply in the account to hold there in the event that we need it. That's where we're at.
It seems reasonable, unfortunately. No, I mean...
Take it out of Marty's account.
There you go. I got plenty.
Appreciate that, Mike.
Go ahead. You got something to say.
No, I want to hear what you guys have to say.
Well, I've heard it before, and, I asked, questions at the time, and things were vetted, but, Joe, this must be it. This has to be it, right? I mean, there's nothing else.
Nothing after this, right?
Our goal right now is the middle of April having substantial completion. We're 3 weeks away. I've encompassed the costs associated that I know today on the pending change orders, and I've cost them and put a number against them. I'm carrying them in that number, so, I mean, we're close.
I wasn't really, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I wasn't following you. You have a meeting with the gas company and, explain that to me. Are we going to,
let me back it up a notch. We've incurred about $30,000.
Right, $29,000, right.
In doing so, Patricia and I and Kevin Kelly and Jesse met with the gas company because I felt it was not reading accurately. We were being charged more gas usage than I felt we would consume based on these heaters. We took the gas calculations off of these heaters, what they would consume if they were running 24/7.
Right.
And it was exceeding it by 2/3, so it wasn't making any sense. I brought that information to them along with, the configurations of how it's piped into the building, feeding the entire library. The meter, the regulator portion of the meter would read differently than it's just feeding two lines feeding these larger heaters. So it's spinning. I've had this happen on another project where they spin quicker and you get a higher reading than they actually are utilizing for fuel.
Right.
We're asking them to look at that. They sent the current meter that was in place out for calibration, and they're looking at adjusting the rate that we're being charged versus residential to commercial. So my expectation and my hope is that will be reduced.
Half?
I can't tell you right now until they come back. I mean, I haven't seen any indication.
Well, if
that-
it exceeded the amount, if it ran 724, and it didn't, right?
Well, we don't run the heaters during the day. We run it from 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the morning. They burn for 2 minutes and they blow for 10 minutes. So that calculation, we went through that whole sequence and I came up with what, timelines it would have run during that 24-hour period. I gave them that information and they're going back to.
So what did your numbers show?
It showed, my numbers showed a lot less money. I'm not going to say, I can't tell you, I mean, to me, I felt like it was double what we should have been paying, bottom line. Now, will we get double? I don't know that right now.
Joe, didn't one of the lines have a leak in the fall?
What was that again?
Natural gas, didn't one of the lines have a leak?
Well, it wasn't a leak, the line was, it got punctured by the site contractor.
What month was that in?
It was last fall.
That was street
That was
line.
before this.
And how long
before
did
this
it,
bill.
how long did it go? It didn't go days or anything? Right.
Less than that.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm just curious.
And that had nothing to do with the charges that we get charged. Actually, the contractor that hit the line was charged for all of the repairs associated with it through their insurance company.
All right,
So
good.
they changed the meter out right after our meeting that I called yesterday. And they want to compare to see if the one that was there was Cal.
But to Tony's point, if it was oil, I can tell you if the thing ran 24/7, what it's capable of burning. And he's asking, is if it ran 24/7, is it capable of burning $29,000 worth of gas?
So
And
we're-
we know it didn't, yeah.
It exceeds by several $1,000s what the total gas bill is for the library for a whole year, the old library.
So we should have a lot of documentation, even though we were under construction, but we were weather tight, and that poly is...
There's a number of factors, and they were being very reasonable, and I think they're going to take it under consideration, everything that we discussed. I just don't have a number for you because they haven't gotten back to me. That's the bottom line.
So the moving piece, it doubled. It went from 18 to 20 to 35
Right.
to 40.
Well, we estimated that, see, the intent of this whole move was to take the collection that we had in the basement, take the portion that's in the temporary facility and bring it in the library and place it in the library. Library staff would go through it and set it up. In doing so, the time lot that we planned on doing that within a 3-week period of when that shutdown and turnover to the new library was going to happen, wasn't going to be feasible based on the staff that's occurring.
90,000 materials to stack.
Correct. And reorganize them and tabulate them and...
So what did you think was going to happen?
How do we miss this?
They were going to, the library was, we have it all stacked and it's labeled appropriately in the basement. Those pallets were going to be brought in and the library staff was going to do it over a longer period of time. That's what it was.
Does that mean we don't? Okay. So we're keeping a month aside to get it all back and running, so that's not enough time if the library is to do it? I'm just...
Not the 90,000 pieces of collection. It was easier to take it off the shelf and put it in a box than it will be resetting it on the new shelving configuration that we have. That's what the issue is.
Wow.
So what was the timetable for reshelving these, Joe, originally?
The library is to, initially?
Yeah, just to reshelve the 90.
It was probably 3 weeks to a month.
okay, maybe I'm missing something, I apologize.
You're not missing anything, I'm not being clear about it.
There were 93,000 books, if you will, that needed to be reshelved. At the time, it's going to take, we've got a month to get it ready to go, but we need to bring in the movers, I get that. The question is, what was the original then, if it was 93,000 pieces of...
So many of the...
3 weeks? That's
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm
you know what, I asked, it was done over a period of time when we moved from the temporary facility to the new. Much of the collection, if you remember, was in the lower level, that was in archived.
Yes.
Most of that was just boxed and moved.
Okay.
Now we have shelving throughout the upper and lower levels. All of that is going to be reshelved on current collection to be used by the public. I didn't anticipate probably a third of that collection to go back on shelves. I was unaware of that.
Still be in boxes.
It was just going to be in boxes and stored.
For up to
Yeah.
6 months before they moved
Right.
between Pier
Right.
44 and
So-
downstairs.
Okay.
Now, all of that stuff that they had been boxing 6 months is in addition to what
Correct.
they're currently
So
using.
my question is, if it's going to take a month and a half or 2 months to put the collection back in one piece, why couldn't we just start and put, the first piece together in the first month, and then as the next month goes, librarians are beginning to put the
Because
books back in
It's in a
again?
mingling
I can tell you,
process.
I've gone through this. Because of the configuration of how the library with the adult collection, the historical, the children's room, and the teens room, it's difficult to
You could
do
do
that.
half of one, but never get to the other.
Because you're merging it.
Okay.
And you'd be July, wouldn't you? You'd be.
Logistically, that.
So the other thing that's going on here is the project substantial completion date is moved up. And we have a lease for St. Luke's. So the more the project's moved out, the more truncated it becomes in terms of additional expenses. So the library move-in transition time is really
Shrunk.
shorter than we originally anticipated to.
I'm pushing the envelope.
So like whereas Jeffrey wanted a whole month, she might only have 3 weeks now and that kind of stuff.
So, Joe, the reason it moved out, is it just running behind construction?
No,
Or is it-
there were three major factors, the reason why the library isn't finished as of the February 28th date. Millwork was the majority of it. All of the interior millwork, door frames, I'm talking the frames themselves are all maple. All of it came from rough lumber and had to be fabricated. Initially, the fabrication of those frames, they were doing two sections, upper and lower levels. The lower level is the majority of the separation walls from the program room to the teens room to the children's room all had to be fabricated, and they had to be field measured before they could be fabricated. Between the roof frame that we tore off, and it took longer to build, it pushed out the start of the fabrication of that because of the field measurements, which pushed out the drywall because of the configuration of how the drywall gets installed. There's a maple baseboard that gets installed. A tear-away piece of drywall has to be finished before the next piece of millwork can be installed. So that process pushed it out a little bit. Additionally, the electrical portion, because of the metal stud and the drywall being installed, the finish electrical couldn't get started until that was done, so it was a domino effect down the line. So what we've done over the last 6 weeks, since January 27th, which I've sent the general contractor notice, feeling that 28th was you weren't going to hit it based on where we were at. I've visited the millwork contractor up in Methuen, made sure that all of the dates and the fabrication of the material that he specified on was actually in the course and being finished. I verified that, and now they're actually meeting the dates or beating them based on the completion of where we need to be. We're shooting for a mid-April substantial completion.
So baseboard before casings, that's interesting.
It's
brave, actually. I could never do that.
It's a very challenging way of installing this whole process.
Everything's got to be precise.
You have no idea.
Yeah. No, I know I've screwed up before, and I know that.
I get, yes, it's very precise.
Okay. Anybody else have anything before?
But I can tell you the finishes going in there, that it's beautiful. I mean, the wood ceiling's finished, the actual lantern is all complete with the trim, lighting. The carpeting is actually being installed right now, so we're getting prepared for the shelving.
It's the first I had heard it was maple. That's pretty.
When were we in there, Joe? As the public building?
3 weeks ago.
Was it 3 weeks ago?
A lot's happened in 3 weeks.
Yeah, it was.
Patricia's actually attending the job meetings, and she can honestly say it's making progress. She's coming Thursday, right?
Monday.
Thursday to see what you promised me on Monday.
You're going to be pleasantly surprised. So the good news is the whole southwest wing is all carpeted now, that wasn't done as of Monday. The lower level teens room is carpeted right out to the new wall that was installed today. The children's room up to their program room is all carpeted and installed. So those areas are all ready for final finishes and fire alarm. We're having above ceiling inspections tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Building inspector, electrical inspector are due on site, and the ceilings will begin to be flooded at that point. And then the upper level adult reading will be carpeted Thursday and Friday. That's the goal. So we're moving.
So are we giving you money to pay the bill, even though we know it's not what the number's
You're
going to be?
giving me funds available to utilize in the event that we do need it.
It's not just for the gas.
No, it's for that and the
It's
move.
for stuff that we can't even anticipate between now and the next month.
No, but are we giving you $30,000 for the gas? Because we're not going to pay $30,000 for the gas.
We're doing it for additional money in the contingency because there's only $12,000 left.
November 1st, 2016, you gave us $30,000 additional. I'm looking for an additional $30,000 to make sure that we meet all of our obligations.
All right.
Move that the Board of Selectmen transfer $30,000 from the library contingency reserve account.
Second. Second by Mr. Dennehy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Karen?
Next, moving on to discussion and vote of the snow deficit.
That's withdrawn. We have no deficit.
Oh, that's wonderful. No snow, no deficit. I like it. Until this weekend. Discussion and vote,
It's nice to have that with.
softball field at Central contract.
So given the time, we have Laura and Kevin not to
Hang around.
Yeah.
hang around. It's on page 46 of your packet.
Yep.
This is to award the bid for the Central Park Field, North Softball Field located in Central Park. It includes site preparation, excavation and grading, installing new infield soil mix, new player benches and concrete pads, backstops, foul line fencing, player bases, and pitching home plates and field sub-drainage system, and modification to the existing irrigation system, and add alternate player shade area structures. And look for a motion for the board to award the contract to DAM Construction of Marshfield for a contract price of $97,469.
So moved.
Question before we go. The CPC then, how does that dovetail into what's going on here?
So this is
the
a
first
CPC
half,
project?
yeah.
CPC.
This first half of it, okay, and the other
Yeah.
one is for the other field, this is for the fourth, okay.
Yep.
Move the Board of Selectmen award the contract to provide construction services for the reconstruction of the north softball field at Central Park to Dam Construction for $97,469.
Second.
Second by Mr. Vignani. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
And the next item, Mr. Chair, is another very generous donation to our sailing program, and followed by the one Laura spoke with you at your last meeting. This is $250 from the Mass Bay Sailing Program to support the Scituate Recreation Sailing Program.
Move to accept said donation.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Can you send a letter? I know, Lorraine. Perfect, thank you.
Moving on to new business, we have a discussion and vote on some one-day liquor licenses. I can read the fastest.
Move to approve a one-day wine and malt license for tailor-made bartenders for a bridal shower at the Scituate Maritime Center on 4/1/17 from 12 to 4 p.m.
Second.
Second by Mr. Vignani. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Move to approve a one-day wine and malt license for tailor-made bartenders for a Scituate baseball fundraiser at the Knights of Columbus on March 25th, 2017, from 6 p.m. until 10 p.m.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There's one more, John, that you might have missed.
Move to approve a one-day wine and malt license for the Choral Arts Society of the South Shore for a fundraiser held at St. Mary's of the Nativity Parish Center located at 2 Edward Foster Road on 3/25/17 from 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m.
Second.
Second.
Further discussion. So, I don't know what this means.
But
With tip certified bartender.
They're using tip-certified bartenders, and they have their insurance.
We don't know who they are, though?
No, we know who they are. All their names and their tip certification are in the packet.
I've just never seen that way without a name of somebody. That's why I just, that's why I question.
Yeah, they're all there.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's it. And moving on to other business. Have any correspondence?
Just a letter from Xfinity.
Oh, God.
Again.
Please, the
just-
rates are going up again?
No, it's just it's just a notice about Comcast policies and procedures and a sample, subscriber bill. It's just, I think, routine. They have to show us the documentation, what things look like. It's the annual notice.
There's 6?
Is there?
All right, one of which is on Tuesday, March 28th at 6 PM, Scituate High School Library, Hummerock Beach Dune, nourishment and road elevation. There will be a meeting there to discuss that, Central Lab, and I think, again, it's worth going to. Certainly those people in Hummerock, but anybody who's interested in seawall, as well as beach renourishment. Again, it's Tuesday, March 28th, 6 PM at the Scituate High School Library. Again, it's regarding Hummerock Beach Dune and nourishment road elevation.
There's also, you want me to read the other ones, John, or you have them?
You go get the other one, then I'll grab another one.
There's also a letter to the chair, from John Sullivan, who's the recording secretary from the, Ancient Order of Hibernians. Yep, just talking about the Easter Rising commemoration and offering his services to the town and help, so we want to get back to Mr. Sullivan about that. There's also a letter here from Applied Coastal Engineering that's addressed to Nancy Durfee with regards to, I think, another letter that exchanged between, I want to say Representative Cantwell and also our WADS representative in town, Mr. Dorr. So this is a letter from Applied Coastal, the gentleman who did, John Ramsey, who did our engineering for the Coastal Resiliency Report, addressed to Nancy, Ms. Durfee, just talking about his opinion on why the WADS are not an appropriate solution for our coastline due to a number of factors, so it's here on record. It says, I'll just read the last paragraph. Applied Coastal does not recommend pursuing the installation of WADS to provide shore protection along the Scituate shoreline. These types of breakwater systems can provide adequate shore protection in smaller tide ranges with more quiescent wave environments. However, the available scientific engineering information does not support an installation of this technology with the highly dynamic South Coast environment. Sincerely, John Ramsey, Coastal Engineer. So just a letter from regards to that. And that, I believe, is it, right? That's it that I see for correspondence.
Approval of minutes. To accept and not release the executive session minutes of March 7th, 2017, since the matters discussed are still pending at this time.
Second?
Second by Mr. Vignani.
Aye.
I abstain, I wasn't here.
All those in favor?
4-0.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, sorry, I don't even have any brain power left.
I'll move the Board of Selectmen approve the meeting minutes
Have it to
for
begin with.
March 7th, 2017 meeting.
Second.
Second by Ms. Carr. All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0. Okay, motion to adjourn, or?
Just a
That's it.
reminder
So
that
you want to talk
the
about the sports again?
No, I did earlier. I do want to remind people that the parade is on Sunday,
We hope.
and that Mr. Kelly canceled it so he could go to the hockey game, as we saw him there. But Sunday starts at 1, right?
Yes. Yeah, hopefully we have some decent weather.
I hope so. I'm kind of glad we didn't have to walk on Sunday. It was cold.
It was cold, I mean, it could have snowed any second, really.
Motion to adjourn?
So
Second.
And sign documents?
Good night.
Good night, folks.